And here they come, slinking onto the air at 8 minutes past 9, in
Yes.
stereotypically bohemian fashion. Uh,
We are here live, stereophonic, cinemascope, and all the add-ons. How are you doing, Panama Hat?
I'm very well, thank you, Simon. And how are you on this
I'm feeling
fine, this Indian summer of a day?
I'm feeling great. He lied in the way that people do in showbiz when you're introducing a show. It's all been wonderful today. I've had I've had a day and a half. My kitchen has out the back. There's a kind of well, there was kind of sort of a raised area where they put decking. So I bought this house, and it was 10 years ago. 9 years ago. And there's a raised section at the back where they put decking. And they put the decking next to the wall, and there was an air brick in the wall. And what happened over time is rain came into the decking, went into the air brick, which then went into the cavity under the floor and rotted some of the joists that were holding the floor up. So the floor started sagging, and I had to get a friend of mine in to come and do a repair job because I'm kind of useless, or at least I say I'm useless so that other people do things. And that was very effective because he came and fixed it. And I'm quite happy now, but it's been a bit of a tormented couple of days ripping my kitchen floor up. I don't like that kind of disruption, Hat. I want to move into a house and it just all works.
I mean, I wouldn't know even where to start, Simon. I wouldn't even notice that the floor had rotted through. You know, the house would be falling down. I'd be going, drafty. You know,
I was worried. But we fixed it, and now I'm going to have just a raw wooden floorboards now, which I'm going to stain and wax, and I'm going to tell myself it's kind of hipsterish and kind of cool, even though it's going to look a bit weird. What can I do? I'm not made of money, So yeah. We go on. I've been doing that in the unconscionable heat and humidity. But you're
I was going to say, not a great day to start off.
You sashay around Africa all the time. You're used to close, musty environments. Surely,
I'm not used to labouring in them though. No. I can do a lot of sort of intense sitting. Yeah. Labouring is a totally different kettle of fish, unless it's this kind of labouring that we're doing now, which is very backbreaking in an emotional sense, as you say. It requires a lot of mental energy to keep up, and so you've heard the conditions Mr. Roberts is toiling in this particular week, and as such, it is your responsibility to alleviate his poverty, comrades, by going to ko-fi.com/Panama Hat. That's ko-fi.com/Panama Hat, and donate today to keep us on the air. Because remember, the donations are not simply appreciative, but they are necessary. So please do keep them. Keep them coming in.
Keep them coming and keep them large.
Bit of housekeeping, Simon, because we've had a few since we were last on air. I think.
Excellent.
Or at least we've had.
Kind people have emptied their life savings into our coffers for the ongoing Hat Roberts project to retrieve the cultural gems of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, buy Simon a charwoman and a navvy to be his domestics.
Is that a message that's come in with a donation?
No, that's just our funding goal. I would just like to reiterate that we do have our conditional prize still open, and that if you would like us to do a stream on a topic of your choosing, provided obviously we still have right of refusal if it's silly or not practical. But if you would like us to do that, then please send the sum of £100 into the Ko-Fi, and we will endeavour to do it. We already have a few of those lined up, so we have to get around to planning those soon, Simon. I think we're going to start with the Australian poetry one.
£100? That's crazy, Panama Hat. No one would be that kind-hearted, magnificent, and generous, and lovable, and attractive to donate that much to us.
Simon! But
lo and behold,
what is this? What is this I have in my hands here? It's a letter from Jared Uren.
Jared Uren, famous executive producer of this channel. What does Jared have to say?
It's a check, Simon, for 101 British pounds.
Praise be to Jared Uren.
A note is attached to said thing. It says, "Are you chaps familiar with the British sci-fi horror writer Nigel Keel?"
Nigel Neal.
Neil.
Nigel Neal, very much so. Nigel Neal, he of the Stone Tape, which I love, which is a great. Have you ever seen the Stone Tape?
I wouldn't know what that is.
Classic 70s TV, sci-fi horror, you might say. Yeah, great piece, and other things as well. I mean, Nigel Neal is also responsible for things like Quatermass as well. So,
that was him. Okay.
Yeah. He's a key writer of the British post-war 20th century sci-fi horror. Yeah, that's probably the most appropriate way of describing it. I mean, you could do anything of his. I mean, I think the Stone Tape is a very good one to do because it's sort of time limited. You know, Quatermass is a series of films, and it was also on television as well. There is a kind of quite ropey TV version, I think, from the late 50s. But any of that is interesting because that is, yes, it's about all kinds of strange presences and forces embedded in the very fabric of our country, which then are summoned in various ways to create hilarious complications.
He sounds like, I imagine, Simon. You know, you used to have all these little 80s sort of dark horror novels and early video games in the 80s, and they'd all be made in like brutalist office blocks in places like Hull and Slough, and you know, by some tiny British development firm run by an eccentric ex-author.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
that's who that's what I imagine. Sort of Nigel Keel sitting there, a bit like a sort of more talented Garth Marenghi, you know, behind
he's super
typewriter in a leather jacket, you know, looking intense.
in a strange way, yeah, he might actually be an inspiration to someone like Garth Marenghi, although Garth Marenghi would do something far more shameful and popular and vulgar. But Nigel Neal is top drawer. He is quality, and any of his stuff is worth a look in if we can but overcome the evils of the copyright demons. Boo! Horrible copyright people. But we will see. We will see. We will try and make things work. Hey, by the way, Panama Hat, we did a stream the other day on Saturday, didn't we? With our friend and friend of the channel and friend of every decent person, Mr. John D.
That is indeed correct, Simon. With his marvelous Magus-like powers to overcome copyright problems everywhere, he sat us down and we reviewed Velvet Goldmine, by Mr. Todd Haynes. I think a film with many problematic aspects to it, but one that we nevertheless had an interesting time dissecting, didn't we?
There was much chortlement and hilarianism going on in that golden hour or two that we spent, and that's on his Twitter account if you want to go back, and also on Rumble. So look him up on Twitter if you do not know Mr. D. How could you not know Mr. D? At John D. That's at IOHNDEE on Twitter, and then you'll probably find him similarly monikered on Rumble, and you can watch that Dr. D's Cinema, which is a regular fixture that he has normally on Sundays with his American friends, Charlemagne and Red Hawk. But we were sort of mystery interlopers for the Saturday session, which is a rarity to do a British film. And there's a man driving too fast past my window. And we had a great time. It's a very rubbishy film. It's not very good. But we made the most of it, I think. I think we extracted from it much mirth.
It was an interesting non-situationist derive into 70s music, wasn't it, Simon?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, speaking, by the way, of situationist derives, I've got a brief message from a patron of the channel. Would you like to hear it, Panama Hat?
Yes, I would, Simon. Yes, I would.
This isn't scripted. Here we go.
Hola, comrades. This is King of the South London Flanners, Will Self. And you are listening to Panama Hat and Simon Roberts giving it the right tartar but the wrong ho-ho. Lock in for some choice cultural peregrinations and pithy observations. Pass me the Mo Juiced and off we go. So, and when I'm not...
Oh, bugger off. Get it to shut up. There you go. That's
Will. Dear Will. I love that. Very good. Has he been in foreign parts, Simon, with his hip talking jive ways in that?
I think so. I think he's been down in old New Orleans in Louisiana, hanging out with John Candy and Kevin Costner, and
amazing,
picking up some of the dingo. So
I remember the one of the actual news reports kind of, it's just like the loser in all of this has been a hip-talking New Orleans lawyer, Dean Andrews, known locally as the Fat Man, has been brought in on suspicions, and it's, and he's there with his sunglasses on, going, and I told you, Jim boy, I said the cat shucking you, the oyster stewing you, man. I said you got the right tap, the right ho ho.
It's like he's in the room with us, folks. For those who don't know, Panama Hat and I are great fans of the film JFK by Oliver Stone from 1992, I think it was. Go away and watch it. Don't watch the director's cut. Watch this theatrical cut. It's great.
Indeed, excellent film.
Yes.
Great great monologue by Donald Sutherland.
Oh yeah, and the John Candy. And I was going to say John Candy playing that role is also. I mean, he is like the guy. He is really.
It's very spitting close. Image. Actually. It's really, really close. I'll see if I can get a picture up. Actually, hang on. Dean Andrews, his name was.
He has really kind of one main scene and then a couple of cutaways, and that's.
Yeah, he's only on screen for a few minutes. It's pretty uncanny, but he steals the show, doesn't he?
I think it was just before he died, wasn't it? Really, it was kind of.
Yeah, it was. The time. Apparently, he was extremely proud of it because it was a really good dramatic role, and he always wanted to get into. He always wanted to be seen as more of a serious actor than just a quote unquote comic actor.
It's often the case. There are some comedians who are terrific when they're given a serious role, and that's actually when it's really good. Unlike, although it doesn't apply to Eddie Izzard, who see, there he goes.
There he is.
The real Dean Andrews on top.
Check out the babe in red. Hoo. Oh, she's cute, Dino, but not as cute as you.
Brilliant. There you
go. It's pretty uncanny, and the voice is spot on as well. Yeah. He's like we should constantly refer to him as our lawyer. This is actually this is the guy we contact whenever we have any legal trouble or difficulties.
Yeah, he's your kind of
the other end of the phone.
Yeah, that's right.
Hello, to whom am I speaking? as he answers the phone. And
comments in the chat saying Candy isn't as based, however. Was Candy a bit? Actors though, they kind of get a cop out. They get a let off for that, don't they?
He was an 80s Canadian. I mean, they're all a bit wet, aren't they?
Everyone was a default liberal. Everyone was.
You have to understand, if everyone in this chat was sat here now and it's 1985, we'd all just be Robin Williams. We'd be the median Robin Williams opinion. Simon would maybe be sort of I don't know, Peter Cushing or someone like that. Be a little bit more kind of old school views on things. But
I was going to say Kenneth Williams there, but then I thought, no, I don't want to say that.
Stop messing about.
No. I think everybody was pretty. I mean, that's the thing, you just didn't know back then. Nobody thought about politics in the way we do now, unfortunately. Well, some people did, but they were kind of very much alone.
Yes.
The internet brought us all together. Yeah.
The ostensible topic of this otherwise topicless is to discuss art and art criticism and the necessity, or perhaps not necessity, depending on your view, of said critics. Now, funnily enough, do you know where the thumbnail for this stream I picked from, Simon? Do you know what that actually refers to?
I don't actually know, but I do know that the actors in it are, from the left to the right, Alfred Enoch, and the other one is Ian McKellen. And I don't know what it's from. I know Alfred Enoch, the young mixed race gentleman on the left, because he's in the play about Mark Rothko that I reviewed on a podcast that's going to hopefully be released soon, a few weeks back, with Alexander Adams, about the play Red, about Mark Rothko, and he played Rothko's assistant in it. So he's known to me, and Ian McKellen, of course, is known to everybody.
Yes, indeed. And sadly, it was a film that when it came out, I was quite looking forward to, Simon, because it stars Ian McKellen as this very, very sort of bitchy, career-destroying sort of actor slayer theater critic.
I remember seeing
that was the whole pitch of the movie. And I thought, that would be, is this kind of uber Kenneth Tynan type,
Yeah.
you know, killing careers off on their first nights in the Times, you know, sort of thing.
Yeah.
As this, and of course, you know, you got the whole thing of, you know, well, he's quite a broken person deep down, and you know, does he like destroying art, and why is he so harsh, and what are his dark secrets? You know, I haven't seen the movie, but unfortunately, it turns out that the critic character is basically shoved aside in favor of a plot where the BEF under Oswald Mosley hunt him down for having a gay black boyfriend in the 30s because they don't like all them wokies. And then I think he tells some young woman that she's, you know, I think she blackmails him into giving her good reviews or something. But apparently it didn't turn out to be what it could have been.
So it promised something rather different on the trailer. I thought it was going to be about a kind of, you know, a interestingly waspish, you know, London literature, but it's been made into a Fields piece about the oppression of gay people.
A bit silly. It's all a bit ITV, you know, after tea sort of drama, unfortunately. Speaking of, actually, Kenneth Tynan, because I've you know, obviously, for people who don't know, a major theatre critic, and probably a topic, an entire, you know, stream on him could probably be done, actually. But broadly, Simon, I mean, because Tynan does occasionally get this reputation as he was like, you know, he was this guy who could destroy people, and you know, if he didn't like something, he could really tear it down and it could get it cancelled and this kind of thing. Do you think he deserves that reputation? Because it never really came across that way to me. He always came across as more of a kind of he's slightly too integral to be sort of wanting to trash people and be bitchy. He did have that side. Obviously, he had his flamboyant, slightly queeny sort of aspect as well. I think give me your thoughts on Tynan.
I think very much actually that it's a dramatization of his, you know, his role in British theatre criticism. I mean, I think that's just part of the problem of the press, isn't it? You know, they kind of want to big people up into being, you know, terrible kind of villains in print and, you know, charismatic and menacing figures in some way. But I mean, I think probably the reality is that there was a certain, you know, complacency in theatre production that probably needed to be shaken out. And every so often you need, you know, as James Goldsmith said in one of the clips in the Mayfair set, sometimes the vitality comes from these vulgar people who come along and perhaps they are a bit confrontational, perhaps they are a bit shocking, but you need that sort of energy in order to certainly take the British theatre scene in the kind of post-war period and give it a bit of a riving around and a bit of a reshaping. And Tynan seemed to do it in a sort of, you know, with a great savoir-faire and, you know, cigarette in hand, you know, on these TV shows where he's giving of his opinions. So I think it's a necessary evil to have someone sometimes who is a bit of a, I mean, you know, Rod Liddell, the late Rod Liddell, who passed in the last few days, was kind of like this. He was someone who sort of, you know, was a bit of a rage baiter to some extent, and maybe that's, you know, when you sort of got the sense of what he was like as a commentator, and quite, I mean, I met him in the street once and I had a chat. He was quite clubbable and funny and sort of Johnsonian in a way, you know, like to drink, like to fag, and I think, you know, there's always going to be these kind of people who have to be sold or established as, you know, slightly untoward or outsiders or villainous in a British commentary context. And if it's something like culture, I mean, you know, there is a tendency for people to be somewhat staid in their choices, somewhat, you know, repetitive, somewhat dull. And it needs a naughty boy to come and sort of shake it up and give people permission to like something different. Otherwise, I think culture gets very trapped in a corner that is just boring, to be frank. So you need these transitional figures to help you through these periods where some new thing has to emerge and somebody has to give it a kind of context. And this is very much when I suggested to you a theme to kick off this show with what I was alluding to when I tweeted, I think it was on Sunday, about the need for developing our own faculty of critics. I'd seen a couple of interviews with Pierre Delancazet, who runs the Verdurin venue in London, which is a sort of combined bookshop, cafe, art space. space where people give talks. AA went down there and gave a talk for the launch of his new book. Oliver Bennett from The Base, the actors, went and talked about Olivier's Henry V. And Pierre's trying to sort of do something to create a slightly more discursive, heterogeneous meeting of arts, professionals and people who are arts appreciators. And it's sort of early days at the moment, but he gave a couple of interesting interviews, which I thought were meritorious, and he touched on themes that I was interested in. He articulates himself very well. Broadly, I think Pierre comes from a very conventional arts background, establishment arts background, where in the early part of the 21st century, he was able to avail himself of the very well-funded scene. In the wake of the Blair government coming to power, it seemed to have opened up channels, probably obviously more on the progressive side of the arts, let's be honest, to access public funding. And it seemed to have been a bit of a lavish time for that in the wake of the Young British Artists, the YBAs, so-called, their sensation exhibition in the late 90s, the Damien Hirst, Tracy Emin, Rachel White-Read, these kinds of people, the sort of enfants terribles of the new modern British art scene, who were both sort of spectacular, shocking, and commercial, as it turns out. And so there was a kind of new atmosphere with work, getting funding. Nowadays, it's definitely not easy, because it's much more embedded within a compliance matrix where you have to fulfill, obviously, quota criteria for representation, diversity, and thematic, spread, to intersect with various, minority concerns and so on. But back then, I think, it was quite, effulgent with and refulgent with new ways of presenting, especially conceptual art. Okay, so that's what we associate with that time, and perhaps a sense, therefore, of a diminishment of more traditional art forms. And in these interviews, one that he gave with John Gillam, people may be familiar with his Thinking Class channel on YouTube. Nice young chap from the Northeast. I think he's from near where I am from, in Hartlepool. And he had an interview with Pierre, and they touched on various themes. And there was another with a chap called Samuel Andreev, who is a composer. And there were a couple of main points which they touched on, which I thought were important. And I said this actually some time ago. There was an event at Verduran where our friend Alexander Adams, the artist, was launching a book, and there was a Q&A. And I asked Alex about the production of new culture, new art in our sphere, so to speak. And isn't it salient that we not only produce culture, but we also produce a faculty of critical voices? My bias is towards, is that of the layman, and it is towards being given a little helping hand up to see what is available and what is being produced in the art scene. And I was the sort of person who 25, 30 years ago would have listened to the arts programs on Radio 4, such as Front Row or Saturday Review or Late Review that they used to have after Newsnight on a Friday, where you'd have Mark Lawson, Alison Pearson, Tony Parsons, Tom Paul, and we've talked about them before, in a panel chat about this week's film, this week's novel, this week's art exhibition, and the other programs that I mentioned on Radio 4 were very similar. There was an ongoing daily and weekly review of what was new and what was being produced, a consideration which would invite people who were informed commentators or critics to come on and give a hot take. And that sort of died away because for me at least, because it tended towards people who were getting the approved curation, they were getting the approved funding, and the sorts of stuff that was being produced, especially in London, which is naturally going to be a central hub for arts and culture production, was becoming obviously much more much more partisan, much more, as I say, aligned to these particular funding agendas. And it's felt to me like a crucial mechanism for turning people to look at the culture that's being produced is being neglected, that we actually do have to have our own version of that sort of thing. So people listening can tune in to a program where people like you and me can talk about having reviewed a week of new cultural production, whether it's a TV show, it could be a book, it could be an installation, it could be, it could be sculpture, it could be whatever, that is happening now, and giving a sense of what it's like, what to understand about it, the background, the context, and inviting people to go and see it, make their own minds up. I mean, it's a very simple mechanism, is it not? It's what you do when you say that the culture doesn't simply operate by the happy chance of the free market, that people just pass by an art gallery, wander in, and have a transformative experience. It's that there is a public discourse framework around discussion of arts, its currency now, and where to get at it. Basically, it's giving some sort of a guide that people can avail themselves of in order to situate and orientate themselves in what is being produced today, and where people who have opinions and ideas about this production, whether they positively critical or negatively critical, come on, express those ideas, and there can be some contention that people can consider in whether the art was effective, whether it was engaging, whether it's worthy, and begin to formulate a discourse around it. We've obviously been concentrating on reviewing older works of culture, film, TV, whatever, but I think there is a need to actually address what is happening now, and not merely be stuck in a sort of warm bath of nostalgist mode, hankering for the things of the old days. I think it's great to hanker for those things, and we're hankering for qualities of production, aren't we? We're looking at the integrity of pieces, the execution, the technical excellence of what we're examining, and considering that, and whether it achieves on its own terms what it sets out to do. It's important that we also, I think, look at what's being produced now, even though so much of it is excrementally bad, especially in the very popular public mediums like film and TV. But it's worth also having a project that ranges further abroad across the UK, and not just London, and goes out to see where creative energy is. And perhaps, I mean, dare I say it, gives a bit of biased attention to the people creating in our sphere, because they're going to need some sort of shop front. And if it only happens by being advertised on Twitter or Facebook or something like that, then we're going to be taking a chance too much. We actually need to have a sort of a firmer sense of where to look for this stuff, and that's kind of what I'm proposing. So Pierre touched on that as part of the interviews, and part of that is that you have popular presentations that give people access to a sense of what's going on, and you also have deep scholarship as well. You have informed people writing at a scholarly level, in periodicals or whatever you might have, new magazines of some kind. So that sort of stuff. And I think it's important that you do emphasize this mechanism. You don't just put out a tweet, hey, so and so is having an exhibition, go and see it. I think you need to engage further with it, and you need to engage beyond, as I say, just traditional forms. In my view, the progressive side of culture has had a lot of privilege, a lot of access in producing things, not just in traditional forms like painting or sculpture, but they're doing stuff in installation, they're doing video, they're doing sonic works, they're doing site-specific works, all kinds of performance, and even digital work as well. And I think we need to actually see the emergence of continuous scenes where that sort of stuff happens, because if it happens in a sequestered way that prides itself on its elite quality, well, that's one thing, but it becomes then the access and possession of people who know about it through those elite networks, which can be very limiting, and they also mean that the monetary viability of those artists having careers is also very limited. I think there's no great mileage in being the best known, the best artist that nobody knows about. So that to me seems, it's very short-sighted to limit the scope of what could be done. And I think the other thing that comes into this is the idea that institutions like the BBC need to be destroyed. That we need to, raise the buildings, salt the earth, and start all over again, because the free market will produce what people want. And I don't think it's the way to think about doing this. I think we have to think about the quality of what was produced in the past, and we have to be able to retrieve that technical excellence to produce things in the future. So we have to sort of look at those institutions of possible viable avenues of power, of cultural production for ourselves, not as we're locked out, we're going to be petulant, we're going to knock them down. So I think I've talked a lot there about this, but I'm sort of conveying, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, because the thing is, Simon, as usual, when you get into your flow of things, you kind of demolish the topic. To be honest,
Sorry,
I couldn't ask for. No, it's a good thing. I couldn't ask for a better sort of summation. Steak too juicy, lobster too buttery is the problem on this channel. Because I mean, yeah, that kind of covers the real kind of thrust of what these people are there to do and why they're so important. And I think something that I mean, for example, in Tynan's case, he was somebody who constantly criticized what he called the Loamshire play. I don't know quite what the provenance of that term is, but he basically felt it was, well, let's be honest, it was sort of Rattigan and Noel Coward that were sort of dominating the outline of the British stage after the war. And I think he felt that basically it was wasting young talent, both in writing and acting and directing, in that things have become kind of formulaic and stale. Everything was a variety of, more or less late Oscar way. Essentially, British theatre still would have felt, I think, more in the 1890s than it would have done in the 1950s when he was writing. And he was basically in favor of things like Godot and, early Pinter for that reason, right? He made the informed decision that there was not enough, that the industry as a whole was in danger of, sort of boring itself into death. And yes, I mean, him, Michael Billington as well, they were big supporters of, right, let's do something new with this. Let's find ways to sort of reinvigorate drama. And yeah, as you say, he was sort of a seeker out as well, which is, that's an important thing you mentioned, I think, that is not brought up often enough with what a critic should be, which is, you say, they shouldn't just be sort of, stolidly sitting there having stuff put in front of them on a plate. They should actually be going out going, right, who's really good in provincial rep, who's really good in something experimental, who's really good in Shakespeare, or
who do we have seeking out the excellent? This is it. I mean, I don't know where to look anymore.
Where would you go?
I don't think it's limited to what gets put into the mainstream media, what the BBC advertises, on its various arts programs, or what you see in magazines like Time Out, or it's sort of aligned with our idea about the way politics works in a top-down sense, that there has to be someone who instrumentalizes power in the direction that it wishes, consensus to drift, if you like. I don't think there's anything shameful about this. I think you do have to say, look, these are the offerings that we think are worthy and interesting. Try these, see what you think of these, because you are wanting to cultivate. The one thing I think we miss is the way that I would listen to an arts program 25, 30 years ago, and it's another play from Jez Butterworth, or it's another play from so-and-so, or another TV program, or another documentary. And people would begin to build up, a sense of themselves as characters in the cultural space. And people could recognize that in a way that, is not too dissimilar, I suppose, commercially, to recognizing brands through advertising. And it's a terrible comparison to make in a way, but it has to be an exercise where you are articulating things that are happening, putting them in front of people and saying, this you may find interesting. I mean, I'm not talking necessarily about some sort of manipulative activity here. It's, it's advertising, and PR is going to probably involve that, I'm afraid. That is kind of the way it works. It's just that we have been rather too reticent to put ourselves out there and to cultivate a sense. Some people hate this word. I'm going to say it though, a sense of a scene happening. I think there needs to be clusters. There needs to be clusters of people in London, in Leeds, in Edinburgh, in all sorts of places. Maybe it could be 4 or 5 people might make a scene happen. But you're not going to get it if it's just, well, one person we know has got a show over here in, Swanage on a wet Wednesday. we need to be able to boost them so that they're seen everywhere and they get around everywhere, and that there is a sense of their generation being ongoing, their generation of work and their impact and their arrival on the scene needs to be made known and pushed and pushed and pushed. And that needs to be done plurally, multiply, with lots of creators, so that you do begin to derive a sense that, yeah, there is an active contributory space where we can go and find things that we may find more interesting than the rubbish that the Arts Council is funding, because they say you've got to have a diversity quota of 30% casting, or you've got to have themes which are, very narrow in their remit. We are going to have to perhaps forge a way outside of that system, because funding is still not developed. One of the things that was pointed out in the interviews that Pierre Delancazet gave was the idea that the patron class, there's always this sense that there's a bunch of crypto bros around with very deep pockets, but I'm seeing other people talking about this, behind the scenes, so to speak, and realizing that those people aren't particularly aware of what culture is for. They don't see a return on investment if they put money into it. They kind of think in terms of, how will this make me financially better off? How will this be kind of profit making? How will this be productive? And maybe they don't understand the way that conventional cultural production operates, is that you may fund 200 people and maybe 10, 15 or 30 of them will kind of punch through and do something really interesting that carries the culture with it, is persuasive, is exciting, is sexy, dare I say it. And that has to happen. But if these guys are kind of thinking, well, they just want to fund middle of the road podcasts that have very middle of the road agendas, and nice people say nice things, and it's all very inconsequential, but then they put on a special conference for people to go to that nobody wants to go to, and it's all kind of very, very sort of tepid and lukewarm. And there's no understanding that you're going to need some sort of plurality, even in, let's say, a space like the online right, where people have different offerings to make, and that's engaging, surely. Otherwise, do you want some sort of monoculture, some sort of very limited, drear and retrostalgic kind of knockoff culture? That has to be tackled. And so part of it is patron education, is to make forays towards engaging with people at that level, and trying to cultivate the sense that arts and culture are going to need to be built up in a way that, dare I say it, is popular and engaging. It sort of has to be there. The things that we like, that we're talking about, the bits of culture that we have been lavishing attention over, have been popular and engaging bits of culture. I mean, some people might say, well, Pinter Play, that's not exactly popular. Well, he was pretty successful at what he did. He was pretty wide ranging in his appreciation by audiences, and his work had a massive influence on theatre. I mean, we cannot disacknowledge that. So we are trying to look for the best things, and to encourage people to consider the qualities of those things. And that means getting the people who have got the deep pockets to say, look, we kind of need you guys to take a chance, because we're not going to just find one genius producer and then you give them loads of money and they just produce one set of things. We need 100 producers. We need 200 producers. We need lots of people to be funded to make work that competes and is in dialogue with each other. And we need to then have, as I say, this critical faculty which stands back and says, well, what's the best of the best? What are we looking at here? So-and-so's done, Panama Hat's written a very good book. Let's talk about that. And someone else has written a play. We need to foreground these things. We need to give people their day in the sun, so to speak. We need to give them some shine in order to encourage them to produce more, because we all know the first few things maybe that you produce are not necessarily going to be world shattering. They may be, but you are going to need to again and again and again. And it feels often like funders don't have the stomach for that. They feel that you produce genius instantly, and it immediately transports and transcends and has all the right political qualities. And that's just not how things work, is it?
No, Simon. And I think there is a greater problem though hanging over all of this, which is, well, one, obviously it can be difficult to kind of get back to a place where you've got, you know, respected critical voices, especially that we have to come up from below. You know, we don't just get put in at the top like most critics would be. But there's also just the problem of there is no centralized media in the same way. So, I mean, British theatre was basically dominated by the back pages of the Observer for decades. Let's face it. I mean, that's where Tynan was writing. That's where the discussion was going on. That's where the respectable opinions were being put down in ink. You know, even a very popular Substack or Twitter account, I just don't think would be able to work in quite the same way. I mean, maybe because you're just never going to have that critical incisiveness from a guy on YouTube. You know,
no.
that you would have had in the mainstream media back in the day, even if said person is, you know, backed up and, you know, informed, and, you know, even with elites backing. You know, it's difficult to imagine a situation where you could have somebody that because the whole thing of the internet is it's demotic, isn't it? You can just go and do your own thing. You can have a critic with 3 subscribers who just praises things, and you know.
Yeah. Well, it can be, I think, if you conventionalize and make consistent the presentations that you give. And that's one of the things that you had in those centralized mainstream media channels, was that you knew that at 7 o'clock each night, you could switch on Front Row on Radio 4 and they would have half an hour talking about the latest plays, books, TV programs, cultural events and happenings. And it would be, you know, fairly brisk, fairly businesslike, and interesting and digestible. And if you present it with the level of that professional, you know, brio and skill, I think you can actually create a continuous brand, which is what people want, is a sense of a trust in a consistent voice appearing at the same time, and, you know, re-engaging some of those muscles that we used to have in the era of the linear TV schedule or radio schedule, and proposing that as a means by which at least people can orientate themselves again, rather than emphasizing the chaotic plurality of content that goes on something like YouTube. I mean, if you do create, people obviously do create very strong branded channels, but they don't tend to be you know, is interested in this kind of material. Certainly there isn't a sort of, you know, person who's trying to replicate a standard of, you know, round the clock broadcasting like the BBC, for example, with the same level of approach, and without the messiness, without the umming and the ahhing that, you know, we can all do streams and it can all be a bit chaotic and unscripted and messy. But were somebody to take an approach of a properly produced arts magazine every day or every week, I think that could encourage people to see the resource available to them as being valuable again by that, just that simple act of consistency and a regular metronome of opinion, and a sense of building up a repertoire or a repertory of characters who can give those views in a digestible, appreciably entertaining way. Having said that, yes, I mean, it is a very difficult environment to stabilize and create that kind of form in the present time. But that's where I think that the idea of funding comes in. So you have some amount of heft that can give it that production consistency. So, I mean, that would be my feeling about it.
Yeah, it's the artistic version of the, well, let's just have a, you know, based aristocratic elite then, you know. Yeah, well, let's just have one, you know. That's really where we're struggling, I think.
I mean, do you have any feeling about how, you know, things might move forward? I mean, does it move in a kind of haphazard, slightly resigned, you know, we do what we can with what we have kind of way, or do we sort of say, well, maybe there are you know, a series of approaches that we can use to sort of have formal, semi-formal, you know, very chaotic like what we do?
I still think it's an authority problem, Simon, in that obviously, let's say someone with the pull of AA, if an academic book comes out,
yeah,
and he says, oh, this is awful, this is terrible, and he does, you know, 3 streams trashing that book,
yeah,
people may disagree, but that is quickly going to become received opinion on the book, simply just because he's got that much pull on it.
Sure.
the problem is that you're still faced with the fact that it's the internet. So that's only going to have so much sway, because someone could you can just start your own YouTube channel and review different stuff in a different way. You could never just go away and start your own Observer, like not practically,
No, of course.
You couldn't just come up with your own Kenneth Tyden for, okay, we'll find a guy who could do that then. So I don't know. Because the thing is, at the moment, we've got to, because we haven't got anything at the minute. We have no taste-making organs at all in these circles. But one also thinks, well, that's probably because they're not necessary yet, and that we haven't, to be blunt, we haven't created any artwork of significance that would warrant that much critical dissection. And I feel if we were simply to give works of art undue time and preference simply because they're made by friends, that would jeopardize that would be pointless, because it would just be, you have to be true to the principles of the art. So I don't know. But then again, maybe we're asking too much. Maybe it's simply not possible to have sort of really hard ley lines on these types of things, where as in such a kind of still arguably niche world.
It's a difficult one.
Such as ours. But then again, so Simon, because there are obviously lots of smaller movements and artistic, things, and sort of smaller writers, things that get that kind of get pulled up.
Yeah.
An interesting critical voice notices them. Your pal Mark Fisher would kind of sometimes bring to attention lesser known works of art or lesser known authors, and kind of give them a fair shake. So I suppose maybe it's a case that we just have to hope for a hand to come in from without.
Well, I mean, he started really he was in academia at Warwick in the CCRU in the 90s, and that was a sort of chaotic kind of laboratory approach. Later, then he was in further education, teaching in FE colleges, and then later on at Goldsmiths, and he was an early adopter in the blogosphere as well. That, I think, was a period of a certain networked influence that, in the early days of the internet, pre-Twitter, was reasonably effective at situating people again in a sense of a constellation of thinkers. And then he went on to found a publishing house. Was it Zero Books or Repeater Books? I think it was Zero Books. Anyway, but certainly creating, if you like, armatures for something institutional by getting people together somehow by an interplay, by online dialogue, which then became a way of starting, micro commercial projects, which then, for him at least, gave him the opportunity to put out his books, which, yes, were well liked and influential in his relatively brief career. Now, of course, yes, we sink amongst the sort of sea of choice, and it can be very, very difficult to stand out. But I think one of the problems is that it takes funding to hold together some form of consistency, which kind of generates that momentum. It's the old motorcyclist on the wall of death. He has to be able to get up enough speed and momentum to be able to stay spinning around on the wall at 90 degrees to the ground, and that's the only way it's going to happen. You're going to have to sort of create those means by which momentum is created and sustained over a period, for which you then need to make a case to the potential funders, in some sense, that if there is a desire to actuate some sort of cultural difference or change, clearly there's some sense in which certain people are funding certain things, but at a very limited, very low level, because there is a low level of expectation, and they don't seem to get why culture really, really matters. I mean, it really does. It's not to sort of propose some sort of idea that this is akin to a form of democracy in some way that will sweep all before it. But if there is no replenishment of cultural energy by people attempting to make this case, this sustained duration and build of an architecture cultural appreciation, then I don't see how you get to focus any attention on anything, and any creators begin to develop or grow. I think what you say though about regarding the work of people as potentially self-limiting, it potentially difficult if the reservoir of talent isn't deep enough to move and transcend in the way we'd like to see. If particular individuals are not able to create things, at least I feel it gives an apparatus for the spirit of competition to manifest in some way. And I think that is kind of an important thing that we're missing, the ability to compete with each other, to say, oh, right, so-and-so's just done this, right, I really want to beat that fucker and impress to death everybody else and go further than he did. I think that's some sort of system that we have to create in order to, I think, generate that necessary pressure for creators, so that they do want to, at least even if it's just as simple as saying, well, to acquire status within a scene, within a particular form of culture and appreciation, that is going to have to be done. We yes, we do effectively move from a standing start, from a situation of no cultural traction, but I think it's, from my point of view, the only way forward is otherwise we are forever retreating into a sense of a lost world slipping away through our fingers, and it is to be no more. And of course, one can take that view, but I feel it's an injustice to let the energy dissipate that people have, the skills that people have built up, the repertoire of insights and techniques and works that they've previously done, which are maybe going simply unseen because there is no mechanism which we can create. We don't necessarily have to think of it in terms of mass media availability. It just has to be some sort of alternative node. I mean, I saw this especially on the left. Again, 20, 25 years ago, with the art station in London, Resonance FM, which sponsored a lot. I mean, it was an arts radio station. It was started by money from the London Musicians Collective, and it was principally mainly a broad left project to house and to show off the work via the medium of radio and its ability to express and describe and direct people towards work, but a scene that then did go on to produce really interesting stuff over that, that, as I say, that period of 10, 15, 20 years that you need to start making a first growth of people who will become producers of the future. If it relies on the idea of, well, lone geniuses are simply going to do what they do, they're going to present their stuff to the world and it's going to be amazing, and everybody's going to go, oh, fantastic, we love it. I think we'll be making it very hard for ourselves to ever really develop anything that we ourselves enjoy. I mean, my feeling really comes from a negative sort of view of what's going on, that I don't see anything that I'm interested in myself, and I want to see things which are stimulating, which are interesting, which are entertaining, and I can't find them frequently enough and in the volumes that I want. And the only thing that it seems to me that we haven't thought about is a self-conscious staging of these acts of creation and regarding them and being seen to regard them, in order that other people take the time to look. Because if it's just filling the idle hour with a bit of content on social media, as you say, and it's ephemeral and there's no real interest in engaging with culture, then I mean, pack up and go home. We've got nothing to sell. But I think it would be important for going forward to generate a new sense that, well, why can't we have creators like the other side has had for the last 40, 50, 60 years? We are outside the mainstream systems. Those are captured. Those are ruthlessly gatekept. But if we don't make any kind of convergence of forces, so to speak, in the form of an anti-industry or an alternative industry of culture production, then what happens? People just produce these things, live on a shoestring of money scraped together from the sale of the odd work, or the publication of the odd very limited appeal book, or the film that's only going to be seen once maybe in a cafe or never go onto a film circuit. I despair at that. So I do want to sort of take a positive view towards it, but I think it does mean centralizing and making consistent the means by which it is observed, and that means setting up a few different nodes, maybe a handful of nodes by which that can happen, but ones which people commit to over time and seek funding for over time, to show that there is a point to actually, creating this reflexive viewing process of, there is art here, there's culture here, we're going to look at it, we're going to talk about it, we're going to show you, and then we want to encourage you towards it, because I can't see any other means other than purely advertising things. And I think at the best of times we see from, you put something out on Twitter or other social media, and it may be popular in principle as an idea, but then nobody turns up to the show, or nobody, looks at the book, or nobody is interested in the art. And there is that sort of position that a lot of people take. Well, I just like to know that it's happening. Like it's not going to happen unless people show up. And the one thing we know about the other side is they show up. Sometimes we kind of have to force it, fake it till you make it. Just put energy into the act of making, observing, trying it. Okay, may work for you, may not work for you, but going back time after time, making that virtue a habit, as it were. It's a difficult sell.
Well, sorry, Simon.
But
I think as well, this taps into the whole problem of the paradox of it actually helps if you just don't do the politics. In that, if you're a young person who's, say, getting into business or finance or tech, or indeed the arts, then I think your best shake is not to go around saying, okay, let's make a right-wing company, or start making right-wing books, or doing quote unquote based art, because it's all going to be rubbish, and they're not going to let you put it on anywhere, or you're going to be deliberately stymied if you try that. So really, it should perhaps be a case of all the young people need to go out and spend 25 years actually building careers. And then once somebody's, got their own business, or is high up at a major firm, or, has a career in the media, then we can kind of start getting sort of more conspiratorial and more sort of, deceptively supportive, kind of playing the game. But, I don't think there's any point in doing, oh, here's my based version of, I don't know, Empedocles or something. Like it's a because it's not true to the art. It's like the idea of going into something wanting art to be a bit of politics, and then sort of go, oh well, that was good because it was right wing. It's like have you ever noticed that there's never ever been a funny anti-woke comedian, quote unquote? There's never actually none of them's ever actually come up with a good joke, because they're not in it for the comedy. They're in it to just be quote unquote anti-woke.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree. I mean, this is the problem again. If people are thinking in terms of, oh, how do we instrumentalize the culture for the political destination, you're thinking about it in completely the wrong way. You're not thinking in terms of moving the things that we've watched, just the bits and pieces of film or documentary that we've watched that have moved us, or interested us, or sort of thrilled us, or excited us, or made us remark or think about something in an engaged way, that in itself is proving to be, hopefully somewhat entertaining for the people tuning in, is testament to the idea that the native politics of the people producing it, sometimes it may act in spite of their politics, and perhaps it very often does, because if they have a commitment to building and making a good piece of culture, I think it will eventually defy their ability to constrain it with a kind of political messaging. We will either see through that anyway, we will recognize those things. But I mean, let's take the case of someone like Pinter, who we know was likely to have been not necessarily doctrinaire left or politically political party aligned, but someone who's, if you like, his issue set was pretty much the sort of one that is adopted by the kind of protest left of today. The ideas of talking about universal justice, or themes of oppression or cruelty that Pinter wanted to you talk about in his, if you like, in his political public persona, insofar as defined him. Sure, that's something for his personal biography, but in terms of his work, although we know those concerns are in there, they still speak to us beyond the kind of very limited sense of his own personal life and his conduct and his politics. These are things which have duration and, you know, eternal quality, whatever the case, and they're produced with these, you know, compelling characters and dialogues and a mystery about them as well, that invites us into to be contributory in the way that we've been doing, looking at, you know, the birthday party. We can draw so much from it that speaks to us, that completely defies anything that Pinter might want for that interpretation, which, because it no longer matters, because the quality of the work that's being produced, it far exceeds the author's grasp at that point, whether he be alive or dead. And we should choose to look at those things which do have that impressive quality, that goes beyond the mere opinion of a person who is a creator. And so I feel that you've always got to be orientated towards just making the best work, making the most, in Pinter's case, the most penetrating work, the most arresting work, the most unsettling work.
You can't really do art as an afterthought in that regard. You can't say, like, as I said, you can't, okay, let's do something based and have it be a play. It doesn't. If you're going to commit something to art, then there's not really much point unless you've got a full-throated reason for which to do it.
Yeah.
And I think as well, people just the lack of good education in the modern day means that people aren't coming to understandings of poetry or art or drama in the same way they would have done, say, 100 years ago. Yeah. You know, obviously someone like, say, Brecht, very talented, but he was also given an education in drama that, you know, really gave you an inside-out understanding of the way these techniques worked. There was classical aspects. You understood rhetoric and the nature of theatre and what you could do with it and so forth. You know, the late poet Geoffrey Hill had the grammar school system education and went up to Oxford and said that, you know, when he was sort of about 14, he'd memorized every poem in the Oxford Modern Treasury, not because he was, you know, doing it by rote just for that, but because it was he was so poetry was so central to him as a mode of life, if you like, that he couldn't help but have that understanding of sort of all that poetry. You know, I think that a lot of the people in these spaces, and I don't, this is a criticism or anything, I just think this is a truism, is that we'd have to up our game, you know. Yes. And also just because you can't force these talents into being where they're not. So it may simply be the case that at the moment we don't have a particularly excellent writer or a particularly excellent artist, or, you know. And of course, this is all part of the difficulty, because you can't pull these things out of the aether.
Yes. Well, I feel you can at least take a sort of snapshot of where things are at and give a read on it. And, you know, the thing I was proposing in the Twitter thread was that there was a symbiosis. Ideally, there'd be a symbiosis between creators and people like critics who are there, who think creation is essential, but not one that's going to be sycophantic or fawning or holding back from criticizing people because you know them or are friends with them. You would have to take a view that driving the work towards some idea of excellence is going to be the imperative. And if people have done something that's a bit meh or a bit, you know, ho-hum, or, well, yes, it's good, but it's not quite there yet, then you have to try and score it as accurately as you can, and you find, you know, the point at which that score approximates, if you like, with the considered opinion of a great part of the audience. People will have a good. I mean, there's a good comment in the chat here. There's George Delatour says, "I'm a right winger living in a left wing milieu. Even a lot of lefties can feel when an artwork leans into left wing politics just for the likes. None of my lefty friends actually like Billy Bragg." I mean, that's something I've actually heard from, and people like Fisher, of course, famously, he didn't like people like Billy Bragg either. That kind of bang you over the head, sentimentalized, emotionalized art that really was just a very thinly veiled transport medium for a politics of cri de coeur and impassioned plea for attention towards social issues, which again it isn't a guarantee of quality in any sort of sense, other than perhaps a technical execution. You could say, yes, Billy Bragg, he can strum the guitar, he can play the tune, he can sing the notes. Is the work more than the sum of the whole? No, maybe it isn't. And I think that's what I'm talking about, that there is at least a confidence that critics approach dealing with work in good faith. You're not just there to, like this idea of Tynan, just destroy people willfully. There is also the internet sensibility, isn't there? The desire for the blood sports, to see people crushed and bleeding in the sand. And I think that can lend to a destructive attitude when it comes to this arena of saying, no, come on, we need to make things seriously and regard them seriously. It's not about just saying, oh, I don't like so-and-so, let's just crap all over what he's done and publicize that to vanquish him from the space, because we'll end up with no one in the end. That's the problem.
Well, and yes, and it's because the spaces are so small, everyone's friendly, or at least on personal terms, or as good as personal terms over the internet. But so of course, if I were to write a Kenneth Tynan style objective observer review of someone's, oh, here's like an art spread, like say that if it was like the Base Creates, even if it was not seen to be wrong, which it probably, and of course I'm not suggesting the Base Creates have done anything warranting a bad criticism. I think their work is very good, but it would just seem mean and rather pointless, wouldn't it? Because you give by the same token, it just wouldn't be. It wouldn't feel right, I don't think.
I can see what you're saying.
And the problem is because it's hard to keep people as friends.
Yeah.
And do that job. Or of course, if you're, the theatrical world is fairly close-knit, dare we say, if not incestuous. As ever. So it's likely, of course, that Tynan would have known a lot of the people he was talking about, but there was also an understanding that he had the necessary distance from them to do his job, which I don't think would be taken for granted with us.
I understand what you're saying. I think that can be developed with literally with a plural faculty. When I years ago was trying to get into theatre, I'd be working at various fringe theatres. I worked at the Gate Theatre, for example, which is a well-regarded theatre in Notting Hill, and basically specialised in translations of European classics, largely, or foreign classics, and did very sound, very imaginative, creative stagings in a relatively small space above a pub in Notting Hill, and was well regarded as having produced a lineage of directors who went on to do interesting work. I think Stephen Daldry was the big kind of alumnus at the time, and he'd gone on to do an Inspector Calls, J.B. Priestley play, with a striking staging. And anyway, there was a sort of succession of people trooping through the gate as artistic directors who were kind of on their way to building careers, because they were sort of deemed to be ones to watch. So there was all of that sort of selection and gatekeeping process involved in who was being propelled along in their careers by having a station as the artistic director of the Gate, for example. But aside from that, the other thing is that you also got to know the various critics, because they would come along and review the shows pretty much guaranteed, because of the status of the theatre. And it was known that, for instance, Michael Billington, long-serving critic for The Guardian, he would always come along and basically give a quite generous review, and quite a warm review, an encouraging review. And then there would be, I can't remember his name now. There was a guy with a gammy leg from the Telegraph or something. He would always come along and he'd be quite harsh. And there'd be various people around with sort of varying shades of opinion, so that it never seemed like everything was too cozy. There was your guy who might give you 4 stars for your show. And then there was the one who would give you 1.5. And you would learn something in the process between the assortment of those critics as to what the general sense of the show was. And it was probably fairly reasonable in a way of you could curate your own opinion from that, but at least see a sense of a drift of feeling as to whether the work was substantive and had quality, or whether it was flawed but had potential. The writer had potential. Maybe the next show would be better. Perhaps it was, and so thereby, again, build an ongoing sense of regard for works that were coming through, where people did have both familiarity and distance. It never seemed to be a problem. Nicholas de Jong, I think, was the guy I was thinking of, who was the critic with the bad leg. I don't think he's still alive. But he that was his reputation. He'd always be quite tough with productions and quite acerbic. So that's the sort of thing that I'm thinking of here. I don't think it's necessarily problematic to be offering those critical opinions. People kind of have to get used to it and sort of, in a sense, sign up for that and say, look, we're prepared to take these things on board, not just as favors from mates. We are trying to grow a seriously regarded body of work and a contingent of people making work, which may involve, yes, having to make criticisms. I mean, I can't diminish that or put it any more lightly or safely than that. Yes, it would involve perhaps taking that risk. I don't know that it necessarily has to threaten people's friendships, but again, it feels like if the discipline isn't there in the work or the production of the work to attempt to strive despite that, then is it we're just patting people on the back and kind of keeping them as slightly artistic, emotional cripples who we have to be supportive of because of that.
This is it, because you also feel like the resilience of people as were seems to have been higher, I mean, people, it's a cliche, but I mean, people did literally used to have to starve for their art. And people would, I mean, people used to take art more seriously. I mean, it helped. I think another big problem, Simon, more doom and gloom, unfortunately, but it's also living in the postmodern age, as Mark Fisher would have understood. And the problem is that art simply doesn't have the power or monumentality that it did in different times. Whether we like it or not, that is simply the case.
Are you talking about art in a limited sense of fine arts, or
I'm talking about art as it interconnects with society. In that, for example, in say the 1890s, it was considered an absolutely vital register of a civilization's kind of progress, if you like, or ability. Like, I mean, obviously, people, the riot when Stravinsky premiered his, was it Firebird or was it Rite of Spring? Rimbaud and Verlaine getting into a pistol duel because the nature of their relationship is that serious. Artists generally just staking their lives on their art in a way that is really masculine and very kind of heroic. And as I say, I mean, the industry around, say, even popular drama and light opera in the 18th century, the 19th century, was to an extent that gave it an importance. I mean, it was the British drama and screen and all sorts of things were considered important enough that people like Tynan would be, they'd go and see a play at 10 at night, and they'd have to have copy for a review filed, before 3 o'clock the next morning. It was like, no, we need this now. We need informed criticism now. We need to know what's going on. That atmosphere just simply isn't there. No one's even for quote unquote big things that come out. No one's that bothered. No one's going to care enough. Also, no one. I think people are actually more afraid to judge, ironically, nowadays. In that, people wouldn't start a riot at a classical concert because they felt it was too challenging. They would sort of just sit there and politely applaud, probably, wouldn't they? They wouldn't. It's a bizarre set of paradoxes, really.
So should we be bothered? Should that be seen as a part of a life discipline, in a way that we should say, well, we're going to make a commitment to being bothered and to being interested, to being engaged with this stuff. Otherwise, is it that we say,
Simon,
Oh,
sorry, I just have to check. Are we still on the air? Because the chat has disappeared for me all of a sudden. Sorry, everyone. Sorry to interrupt.
I can still see chat going on for me.
Yeah, we're still on the air. Okay, so it must
Yeah.
just be me. Oh, there we go. It's back. Sorry,
Yeah.
didn't mean to interrupt your flow.
No, not at all, not at all. So yeah, do we? I mean, do we commit in a sense to that as an ongoing discipline of what we're doing? I know somebody said a little while back, talking about work isn't making work. Well, of course it isn't, but the critical faculty is an important part of the production process. I have to say, it's there is no recognition of what's going on without, if you like, it's power needing to be seen. You have to have a staged recognition of what is going on in order to simply say, yes, it's here, in the way that if you want to advertise something, you have to put up posters, or you have to have adverts on the TV, or you have to have favorable copy from somebody in a commentary position. So there is going to have to be talking about the making of work as well. There has to be an anticipation. There has to be a regard for the act of somebody saying, hey, I'm looking at this work and I'm sharing this view with you. So do we reiterate that as a sense of a political commitment, not political work? I'm saying as a commitment of cultural, what's the word I can use? I mean, I don't want to say reconquista, because that doesn't match what I'm thinking. But cultural resurge, in some form. Do we commit to that, or do we just say, well, look, there's so much on offer. People's views are split so many ways, multiple non-linear channels and offerings for entertainment or education purposes, and it's just a market. And if so and so, some person happens to write a best-selling book, or does an amazing sculpture that sells, or creates a computer game that's amazing, or some sort of digital work, and it just happens to be something which becomes commercially viable, they as an individual do very well, but there's no kind of cultural scene that benefits from it. So we just leave everything to the everything is valorized by its commercial appreciation, and we just say, well, yeah, just create stuff, and if the market likes it, you may do well, you may not do well, but just leave it to those mechanisms. Because my feeling is that in the way that we don't think of political power as a thing that happens by chance, I feel we have to think about our arts and our culture in that way, that we're not just going to wait till people happen to walk past and see the great book that you've written that nobody's ever heard of and go, fantastic, I'm going to publish it, it's going to sell millions. We know that. Probably know this yourself. Most submissions to publishers end in rejection letters. And
and to be fair, that's always been the case.
It's always been the case.
You're going to get more bad than good.
But relying on it as a sense going forward that, well, we're just going to leave it. In a sense, we're going to just have a world of lone wolf creators. People will do their own thing, present it to the market, and if it succeeds, that means it's great and it'll propagate. And if it doesn't succeed, it will either be great but unrecognized, or it won't be great. That's kind of the verdict that's going to come from it. So do we just leave it in those terms and say, no cultural push? We don't make any mechanism for regarding stuff that is being produced as being current and as being necessary to look at, and just let it kind of blow in the wind and see what lands. I mean, my tendency would be to say there sort of has to be some sense of committing to a discipline of, like I say, turning up, and of not just that for audiences, but also for a critical faculty to turn up and to give a consistent read and view, and whatever pain is incurred in the process of that just has to be there as a serious, well, look, you're doing your job as a creator and I'm doing a job as a critic. We have to make a kind of viable dialectic between the work and the audience that then if you like, begins to dissolve in the public arena and fizz and be drunk off as some sort of stimulant for conversation, for ideas, for reimagining a political future, if that's what people are wanting to do. As I say, I'm not saying as political art, but I'm saying as re-enchantment, let's say, as encouragement, as some sort of thing that breaks an imaginative impasse that we might be locked into, something that goes beyond the idea that entertainment now is just going to be AI films, or that it's just going to be, rehashed stories of popular cape shit franchises, or war games or computer games, or is everything just locked into hyper-funded commercial modernity, or is there going to be any sense that people say, no, we want to committed, in the way people might have said, I want to buy organic food or artisanal products, because like I said about the 90s, people started to make these ethical decisions and say, I want to funnel money in this direction, I'll spend it at the local shop instead of the big corporate. And will that be something people think of in this sphere? Because there's always the reputational problem with the right, people saying, well, they're just not really interested. They kind of sit back and say, entertain me, and if I like it, I like it, and if I don't, I don't. And that sort of complacency becomes it then becomes difficult to justify anybody creating anything in this sphere, because you're eternally at the mercy of those who do create, who are far better funded and organized, and they will tend to sort of manifest the progressive political agendas that you observe, and you will never have a countervailing voice that actually attempts to re-engage. I mean, there's an extent to which the audience, I think, can be won over, but it's not, if it's not being presented with anything visibly in an organized way at a plural level, then you just kind of get the culture you deserve, won't you?
Yeah. Well, Simon, I mean,
I don't expect you to solve the problem. I don't know.
No, of course. No, I'm just sort of mulling it because it is one of these difficult, it's a problem replete with paradoxes, basically.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it is a thing to say, look, let's just redigest the old work and consider that, and you can derive sustenance from it. I mean, as we said, we could take a crappy film like Velvet Goldmine and at least extract some sort of entertainment from it, some sort of observational connection to it, something that it says in spite of itself, but perhaps by the fact of its sort of nebulous storyline and poor sense of story direction, and perhaps it's sort of slightly ludicrous acting at times, we can sort of take a negative imprint from it, and then that in itself is a construction that might have value. I just wonder that is there do you think there's a sense in which, one of the points I put about Pierre's interviews was that there are these, dare I say it, there are these modernist forms, or there are these technological forms, or forms that are non-traditional, that have been largely ceded to the progressive cultural funding complex. They make that stuff, we don't. Should we perhaps not even try? Can we go towards that, or do our priors end up forbidding us from that? And do we just say, well, we just reject all forms of this? Because again, you are talking about working with the the fabric of the current day and the age, the status of modernity as it is. So, do we then dip into the enemy's arsenal, the toolbox, and start to play with some of the forms and resubvert them our own way, which I think is interesting potentially.
I think that is a good avenue, of course, but it has to be. People can't really sort of do this as like a side, like
no.
In order to do this, you would have to basically have a lifetime level of commitment to art, I think.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it as a kind of experiment, I don't think.
No.
If you really want to get inside these things properly. I mean, also, I think there is some, I suppose, concern over if you really do interesting stuff with the form, in a kind of Joycean way. Are we kind of knocking at an exhausted shaft there? I mean, is there really any more room for what radical transformation can we make to the form now? I mean, it's a pessimistic and perhaps not a good comment coming from a practitioner, but has it all been done? You know, have we kind of, you know, now that we've had, you know, because it's reached a level of parody, and that there is a monumentality, and I'm going to keep using that word because it's key to this, the monumentality of something like, say, Finnegan's Wake or Waiting for Godot, or even you know, Rothko, and very kind of late non-representational art. That is not there in, say, you know, 20 radical feminist poems by, you know, Giselle Weedwacker. You know, it's not.
Where'd you come up with
that?
That's very good.
I don't know what I was thinking now. I was trying to think of sort of blue-haired academic of vaguely Jewish roots. You know, as a Weedwacker. I don't know if that really. But yeah, I mean that is kind of because those things are just done for personal. That's masturbation, you know. I mean, you know, the T.S. Eliot Prize a couple of years ago went out to some woman called, well, I can't remember now, but her book was called like Cunto, like it was like C cross, and then and it's like, well, if you read the poems in that, it's not that it's not even like there aren't occasional flashes of a true sense of the art and a sense of the beautiful, and, you know, things that would make for usually interesting reading. It's just that the whole thing is so flat and so vulgarly self-obsessed, and so kind of artist therapy. I mean, this is, again, I think we've lost sight of what art is. Even if you had objective tastemakers and you know, sort of people there looking for interesting writers or painters or whatever, they don't want, you know, well, here's actually a kind of striking look at this aspect of human life, or here's a beautifully painted drama about growing up in such a place. Or no, it's where's the kind of what story is, how has this helped you through your kind of, you know, how has this affected, you know, some personal social change for you, you know, which is just bunk, because you know, you have to look at the art, not the artist. And I know, yes, obviously, you know, that's to a large extent a pipe dream, in that the artist will always have, you know, central relevance, as provided we know who the artist is and some details about them. But you know, four quartets will live on beyond T.S. Eliot's name. Right. You know, we don't need to know who Homer was, really. You know, it's these kind of.
There is a certain death of the author, despite it being this kind of postmodern conceit that we accept, actually, that the eternal duration of the work. I just want to mention, because people are mentioning the chat about, but there's commentary about, you know, heavy metal is where people have gone because, you know, the skill set involved in playing it represents a high technical standard, and that makes it, you know, right-wing art. But what I'm concerned about is the ghettoization. There's people saying, well, we have to go to where the sort of functional requirements of the art form express and are explicitly orientated around, you know, or use an awful word, right-wing value sets, and representational for that. But where's the people who are making, you know, ambient electronic music that I might like to listen to, or, you know, who are making sort of, you know, Michael Nyman-esque, you know, neoclassical music, or where are the people doing, you know, sonic works, which are purely, you know, radiophonica, or, you know, the sort of range of stuff. I mean, dare I say it, man? Well, where's the right-wing jazz? You know, could it be there? And I think I'm not criticizing the people who are sort of into heavy metal. I know it's very popular in our scene, and people like it. I mean, I probably would go and say, well, could we do more prog instead of heavy metal? Because I'm more interested in that, you know, right now. I'd like to sort of see something of that nature. I don't see it happening. I think the problem is you can get then ghettoized into certain sort of forms that become, okay, this is ours, we own this, we love this. But that's extremely limiting, isn't it? That's you know, okay. I mean, I don't dislike heavy metal. I've been exposed to heavy metal. Some of it's interesting, but it's not customarily the music I listen to, you know. And I appreciate it's refined in its its attack and its skill and its energy in a way that people really do appreciate, and that's great. But what about the rest of the stuff? What about the rest of the cultural territory? Can that be repopulated? Beyond just backing ourselves into jazz is inherently left, wrong, and degenerate. So thank you.
Disagree.
Alexander.
Wrong opinion. Alexander, your lounge pass is revoked. Please surrender your gin and tonic to the valet and proceed outside.
Cowboy Bebop is the only right-wing jazz I can think of in anime.
I've heard of Cowboy Bebop.
Steve Reich is actually very right-wing. He hides it, but it's kind of obvious. Yeah, I mean, I like minimalism. I mean, I know. I like I like Philip Glass. I know Morgoth likes Philip Glass. We've sort of had a bit of a chat about that. And I think there's again these are things that have been done.
Sorry, I mean no. This is very snobbish, classist of me, isn't it? Just well, I love that that minimalist Philip Glass. He's very good. Sorry, Morgoth. It's not even the right accent I did there. It's just
terrible.
Sorry. It's just again the idea of
racism, basically.
I'm only joshing. I respect Morgoth's discussions on.
But is it a question that is it a question we wouldn't expect someone from the northeast?
Because you and I are middle class, sort of Edith Sitwell type,
I wish I was middle class. Dwellers. Wish I had that money.
Oh come on, Simon! You're spiritually a member of the sort of out London gentry.
Spiritually semi-aristocratic, sort of disreputable end of aristocratic and impoverished. I'm like one of those Francis Fulford guys with a leaking roof in my huge mansion. I'm not a Geordie. No, I'm from Hartlepool. We don't fall under the area for Geordie. Geordie is very specific to Newcastle and Gateshead. And
it's not. I'm a bit annoyed. Not for any spiteful reason, but me and friends I used to have a really good Morgoth impression, and I can't do it anymore. I think I can't remember the.
How dare
Hello again there, folks. Welcome back to the channel. I'm just talking about immigration today, and I want to have a quick little look into Philip Glass and all. I'm sorry, Morgoth, if you're listening. I'm a fan. I'm just big silly. So.
That's the best Portuguese accent I've heard in a long time. That's very good. Okay. No. Oh dear. Yeah. But yeah. Again, my point being more general. That. I don't know. I get it. I get a sense that again, someone mentioned anime back there, and this is the thing, and this is an age thing, of course. Yeah, okay. I'm an old fart, and I see this interest in anime, and I don't delegitimize it. When I don't fully understand something, I'll engage with it and have a look, and people expose me to stuff, and I go, okay, that's interesting. I've got a better handle on it now. But there's a sense of we're in this late stage capitalism and its auto destruction, and some of these forms we've got have become the kind of repetitive background. I don't kind of get the whole Japanese thing. I'm not a weeb, but this is part of the ambient atmosphere culturally that's taking place. Is that all there is?
Well, I mean, we with the question about anime is an interesting one because it's kind of treated like a genre. People talk about it as if it's a genre, and there's a reason for that. I get why. It's because there are certain cultural tropes and tics that anime tends to share. I mean, the style tends to be very similar to each other. No matter what the content is or who's making it. And obviously, like with everything else, 99% of it is just gutter slop. A lot of coonbait and sort of slop for autistic incels and shut-ins and whatnot. But when you do come across anime that is good and interesting, I think because of a certain Japanese tendency towards the absolute, and that sounds like a wanky sentence, but I think people will know what I mean. They have a kind of engagement with the void or accordingly with the.
Does it have a quality of kind of mythic seriousness in a sense of?
Yes. And a lot of Japanese art that had it been made by a Westerner, I feel perhaps would lack that sensibility. I mean, the Kurosawa film about the businessman, the bureaucrat who's kind of sick and a bit fed up and very old.
I don't
and
know.
he dedicates his life to building a little play park. You know,
Yeah.
to kind of do something with his life. It was made into a film with Bill Nighy, actually, like a Western remake a few years ago called Life, I think, or Living. And that, I mean, things like that, for example, they come across with this monumentality. There's that word again, that I think is quite unique to the way that the Japanese tend to direct their art.
Yeah.
I mean, as I say, I've always been scornful of anime because I hate that. I grew up around people who were into it. I hated the tropes. I hate the loudness. I hate the sort of facile comic book tendencies of it.
Yeah.
But if I look at something like, say, Studio Ghibli and their film Porco Rosso, which Simon I'll explain briefly, is a kind of, it's set in the immediate post-war in the Adriatic Sea, around sort of Italy, right around the time of the fascist rise to power. And it has this kind of, like all of Hayao Miyazaki's films, he uses elements of magic and magical realism and fairy tale quite heavily. And what happens is that there's this ex-Air Force pilot called Marco, who, for reasons unbeknownst, has been transformed into a pig. So he still flies his plane, and he sort of wears, comical aviator style sort of, early aviation looking sort of outfits, but he's a pig in human form, basically. And of course, this then later is used rather beautifully, actually, for what seems quite on the nose as a metaphor about what war does to people and to society. The idea being that being exposed to the trauma and the problems of war will turn you into a kind of brute. And there are constant echoes of this theme in which he's haunted by the memory of all the dead pilots of the that were killed in the war. He refuses to go back to the Air Force despite being this great pilot because he doesn't want to be in. It's not even that he really doesn't want to be a fascist. He just doesn't want to be in service to governments anymore. And even though Miyazaki is an avowedly leftist filmmaker, even communist filmmaker, it actually feels like more of a pay into knightliness and individual kind of mythopoeia and the chance for the individual to excel at a skill in a way that modernity is sort of robbing from us. And I mean, this is something that Miyazaki constantly, this has been a recurring theme in his work. And whereas the anime visual style can very often be quite jarring, I find, and very hard to look at and appreciate, his particular drawing is so beautiful and so charming. You're kind of half the time, even when stuff isn't necessarily happening, you're just grinning because the framing and this lush, beautiful Italian climate and all these beautiful people and the way it's painted is so evocative and it really grabs you. I mean, I always find myself moved to tears by it. Not for any particular thing that happens, more just because I feel so strongly that ache of if only we still had that world where the individual could achieve such heights. And there was this kind of a world bound by honor. And again, another theme of Miyazaki's work, but that one in particular, Porco Rosso, where because the government is weak and collapsing, and there's been a war, and society's been shaken, and most of the men are dead. Everything works on these very informal honor systems. That's all a man has. An honor is like a currency, and he can't spend too much of it because if he goes bankrupt, then he's got nothing left.
I'm just looking at some images from it. I can see what you mean.
It's a very beautiful film.
Yeah, I can see what you mean about that. Yeah, I sort of.
It's interesting because it's because I think possibly it's a marketing thing. Is that it seems like it would be aimed at kind of younger viewers. It would be a kind of a children's film, but perhaps in the style of it. But the things it deals with are really. I don't think I would show it to an 8-year-old or something who liked the pretty animation because it's dark. It's a very dark film. I mean, there's a particularly arresting scene where. And again, this is very sort of key to the sort of Japanese intertwining of beauty and death. Very, very arresting scene that I always find very distinct because this concept about survivor guilt and the dead has certain personal reverence for me as well, for reasons perhaps I'll discuss another time. But he's in the air in a sort of very cartoony kind of Boyzone-esque dogfight, and suddenly his engine kind of cuts out when he's high in these clouds, and he's sort of trying to get it restarted again. He's just gliding silently through the clouds. All the sound drops out. It's just the wind in the background. And then he looks up and he sees this river in the sky. The old cliche about the river in the sky. except, and it's this
No.
beautiful sparkling river of color, but
Mm.
it's all made up of the aircraft that he saw destroyed in the war, and they were all piloted by the men that were killed.
Yeah.
And he's kind of just stuck there with this sort of thing looming over him. And what begins as a kind of breathtakingly pretty scene quickly becomes almost kind of Lovecraftian or cosmic in its horror. Where because he's kind of, on the one hand he's desperate to join them, but on the other hand he's terrified of them, because of course he feels the guilt of being the one that didn't die, and he was left to hold up the kind of what was left of his humanity. So I mean, I don't want to get too off topic here, but that was kind of a dissection of an example of that form, or anime as a kind of, because it's not a genre, it's not a form, it's not even really a one art style, but whatever it is, that's an example of it where it really, I feel, excels.
A lot of Miyazaki's aesthetic is based on Wales and wider Britain. He visited here during the miners' strike and fell in love with Wales in particular, says JJ Sphere Zero.
That's true. He did.
JJ Sphere O.
He was extremely moved in the early 80s by the way that the miners fought. They weren't just fighting for wages or something, also they were fighting for their way of life, basically. People tend to forget that was what was at stake, of course, is that if the mines went, it wasn't just, oh, you're out of a job. It's, well, no, your whole town's out of a way of life, basically. And obviously the disastrous consequences for that. I mean, Miyazaki is a kind of almost like Camus or something, where you read him and you can see this very dashing kind of closet reactionary, almost closet fascist, if you like, but who kind of comes through leftism as a way to react against the modern world. And this is why I'm also quite interested in leftist ideas and using leftist forms of thought, and perhaps even making alliances with the genuine left, the non-controlled left. Is because actually I think there's a huge amount of shared ground in terms of we just hate modernity. We don't want to be part of this sick machine. Whether it's because you're a communist or what.
I think that's right. I mean, I mentioned to you before the stream, I'd mentioned on the Deeper Store a few times that there's this Adam Curtis conference going on down in Bournemouth in September, which I'm going to go and have a look and see what it's about. I learned a little bit more about it tonight, and I talked to Jack, who is this nice young guy who's organizing it, and it's interesting, very much so. I think there is a feeling when I spoke to him. I think he is actually, I kind of maybe temperamentally. It's sort of a bit like talking to myself. He's temperamentally from the left, but he's very interested. He's very into Peter Hitchens, and it's kind of curious. He kind of chimed on lots of the same sorts of themes that we're talking about here, about trying to approach this connection to this thing that we both see is under threat, or is being lost, or needs to be refashioned or reinvigorated. And all of these kinds of themes mean that the politics of ideology and a stiff adherence to certain ways of thinking are breaking down. And this is part of his incentive around setting up this event as a kind of experiment with bringing together seemingly very clashing political speakers and trying to, I guess, maybe open up a space for an audience to react to them. I mean, I wonder if actually there's, knowing a little bit about the program he's put together, which I won't comment on because they still haven't published it yet. But from looking at what he's doing, it felt a little bit like throwing a few kind of rats in the same space to let them have a bit of a fight. So there's an element of a light-hearted kind of anarchy, chaos in some way that is intended by the nature of the stark choices being made in the programming to be a bit of a provocation, but to use that space of a live collective listening in to various people who I would find very difficult to tolerate, a moment where maybe some conception of what a collective reaction to that is, and the suspicion grows there that actually there are these parts of the left which, like us, are sort of standing in the ashes, looking around and going, "What the hell happened? And can we make something out of it?" Because clearly, neither of the sides to whom we formerly looked for reassurance and support are there anymore, and our conception of the security, if you like, of our trust in institutions or our journey through life has been so severely compromised, we are now kind of in a position of, everything is really up for grabs. Again, there is some feeling that if we are to make some sort of socio-cultural, forward motion to something else, at least we're in a space where enough of people's naivetes have fallen away at this point. And
Yes.
I realized from talking to him, he was very much in line with the same kinds of feelings about what is happening, and the agencies involved in that, in terms of political action, and how we find ourselves, both resolute to try and combat this, and at the same time irresolute about whether we have a sort of convenient preformed set of associations anymore. We are very much become these actors of patchwork, and highly selective with it as to what we adopt as our cultural frame and how we regard it. And perhaps a lot of us, in a sort of Curtisian way, are taking a lot of fragments from the past, from cultural production, from politics, from insights derived up to this point, and attempting to synthesize some kind of method of connecting with each other on the basis of that, rather than on slavishly trying to implement some ideological program or carry on with certain modes of politics which are unwieldy and, as we've discovered, just impotent, ineffective, and non-creative as well.
I mean, it's such a nebulous problem, Simon.
It is difficult. There's no easy.
It's difficult. I'm not usually lost for words, but it is difficult on this particular one to kind of formulate thoughts, because what the hell can we do? It's also amorphous. Part of me wonders if we've kind of lost already by even discussing it, in that you and I should be out there scaling a mountain and writing a book about it, and then shooting an impromptu documentary about migratory boat crossings, and then flying off to paint a few canvases, and just going out and kind of making. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, in our own way, so wouldn't it be wonderful if we started doing streams, reviewing our own streams, to get really postmodern?
Well, I feel certainly I'm in the place where these kind of pre-existing ideological commitments have fallen away, and in a sense, perhaps that is, for me, the response is aesthetic in some way, more than anything else, because that perhaps at least gives some sense of an energy that from which people can derive impetus and ideas and a reaction to it, even if it's a reactionary reaction or if it's some other kind of reaction. But I feel there has to be maybe speaking for myself only, I mean, people like AA, moving off Twitter, moving out of the slop cycle, the problem of communicative capitalism, as I articulated on some of the Curtis streams, this idea that really there's no kind of political product or data that comes out of this. It's just the energy flows of the clickbait, the outrage, and the accompanying monetization that now happens. There is no real thing that's being made. It is simply it's a scalextric of money that is flying around very fast, and you can adjust the speed at which it goes, but that's about it. So it does seem the appropriate moment, not to disconnect from people. I mean, social media has a great networking facility. I mean, that's why I'm still on Twitter, because people can contact me there, and I can see other things that are happening. But then I don't use it as an emotional catharsis, or as a whipping boy. I know a lot of people feel very activated by things that are going on, and they go on Twitter and they get drawn into that. And I'm not staging some kind of pose of superiority in that. It's just that I've been activated by things in the past, and it gets very draining and very boring. And most importantly, it does take me out of time for being creative myself. And I've realized actually more than anything, I'd like to be creative, but part of that in modernity is staying in this network, if you like, because you otherwise you are that lone wolf creator. You just have to withdraw to your garret and write. And we've talked about this before, because you write, and I would find it difficult to write. You live in a garret, and it's very lonely and it's very difficult. and I'm always envious of people like musicians, for instance, because they can get together and jam and make music, or somebody can compose something and they can play it. Actors, it kind of tends to be more dog eat dog. You're competing with people, so people getting together and forming a company is sort of rare, especially in our scene, because everybody says, yeah, but I've got to eat, I've got to do this and that. So you automatically negate the possibility of creativity. And it's unfair, yes. If people say, well, yes, I've got to make money, that's got to happen. Which is why the creativity of the past, of the 20th century, was largely done on the basis of social welfare benefits and cheaper housing, and a certain standard of living that obtained at the time, which made it more feasible to be creative over the longue durée. And now that just feels like it's a very strained and pressurized hobby that you keep up for yourself. And it's tangled in with a residue of the 20th century, in that people who create are expected to sort of have a certain sense of decency and shame, in that, Panama might want to write a book, but he's not allowed to want to be successful. He's not allowed to be a multi-million selling author who then derives commensurate financial rewards in order to enable him to live a certain lifestyle. I mean, of course, he should be living a certain lifestyle, and we will make that happen. But the point being that
go to Ko-Fi, everyone. That's gonna make it happen.
It's the paradox I had. When I wanted to be an actor, I was very much, I want to play the good role, basically. As an actor, you have an instinct. You pick up a script, you quickly work out that the good role in Othello is not Othello, it's Iago. You work out who are the good parts, and you go for those, because that's the juicy stuff. So, if I was to do The Birthday Party now, I mean, you'd want to do Goldberg. That's kind of the part you'd want, isn't it? Or so you sniff those things out. But the problem is, I mean, I wanted to be an actor who consistently got to play the good parts, but I had no interest, and in fact wanted to be away from the idea of being recognized or famous. So I wanted certainly the money for playing this good stuff. Yeah. But I certainly didn't want the level of attention that people have to suffer, which I've seen and experienced in small ways, where I've seen how it is for those people, and I've had some simulated experiences of that by participating in a friend a few years ago. He ran a security he was working for a security company that did close protection, like bodyguarding, and I was a principal for a weekend, so I had to be followed around by bodyguards, and I was taken all over the place and fed, and went to the cinema and stuff, and always within a few feet with these.
Did you just have your these two huge hulking men in black coats?
There was about 6, 7, 8 of them.
Sorry, I missed this. So why did you have to have the bodyguard?
Well, it was part of an aftermath of my time in the defense industry. I had a friend who was
Wow, I didn't know you were that high up, though.
I wasn't high up. No, I wasn't high up. I was nothing at all. I worked for a friend's small company, but he knew someone who ran a close protection company, and they were training bodyguards. And it wasn't just not like, I'm not talking about doormen. I'm talking about close protection officers, like the sort of police that you see protecting the Prime Minister. Those kinds of teams of guys with radio earpieces and cars and stuff. So for a weekend, me and I think it was my friend's girlfriend, we had to pretend to be a celebrity couple, and essentially we were driven around, went shopping, went to the Arndale in Manchester, and wandered around there, and we were followed like a team of guys around us, like we were Notorious B.I.G. or Kanye or whatever.
With the squad.
There's a whole bunch of guys, and all at all times, and it was the whole weekend. So you eventually went to a hotel, we booked into rooms, and there was bodyguards outside all night and stuff, and they were kind of watching and doing shifts, and they had to just be there at all times. And it was to the extent, that we were both, I mean, she had, my friend's girlfriend who was playing the other part, she had her own bodyguards, and I had mine.
Here's Simon, he's in the middle there with his two Hennish
goons.
And the black bloc.
And the long and short of it, I mean, it was just incredibly oppressive, and it did my head in, and I couldn't stand it. It was horrible. It was like they do these things, you go to you're in the cinema and you decide to go to the toilet, and there's like 3 or 4 of them have to kind of look like
that must be so odd.
Look like they're not there, but they are there. They try to act all kind of casual, as if they're just other ordinary civilians.
I'm just imagining, like, you see this. There's like a shot of you, got your pajamas on, you get into bed, you got your nightcap on, and then it zooms out, and they're all in the bed with you, all sleeping.
There's a guy under there, with
there's a guy
with a gun
tucked in next to you. Yeah,
and it was real. They were very professional. Extremely. I mean, there was one bit we went shopping, and I decided to take the piss a bit. I went into a sex shop, and I started, but because I go in and they're making me look like a celebrity, essentially. So I go in and I sort of start talking to the shop assistant. I said, "Could you show me around the goods in the shop and stuff?" And the bodyguards are having to sort of shadow me all the way through. And basically the way it works is, you don't do anything; they do things for you. So if you want something bought, they do it for you. And so I was picking up all these dildos and stuff, and I was talking to the shop assistant, and I was just spinning all this dialogue saying, "Oh yeah, yes, this one's very good. Her mother would really like this one." And so I give it to the bodyguard, and he'd have to go buy it. And,
see, now that's proper acting,
and all sorts of
getting into character on impromptu.
Yeah, I was picking up all sorts of gels and things like that, and they were having to buy this ridiculous stuff. And it was kind of a lesson for them, because basically they need to get the idea that they may be protecting someone who could be quite a sick fuck. I mean, quite degenerate.
You're trying to tell us something. You're trying to tell us
something. And
I'm just saying. Now I'm just imagining like they're all shadowing you. You go walking into Soho, and you go into like a really seedy old pawn shop, and they've got to kind of look natural as they sort of browse or pretend to browse by weird mags or something.
It was great fun. It was great fun. I mean, I played it completely straight, and they had to kind of maintain a straight face, and they just had to deal with it. But it was the thing of they're always on your shoulder. They always open the door when you get into the car. You get into the car, they put the seatbelt on you. There are all these kind of protocols that have to be done, and they're all on radios. They're planning the route, and there's several cars that are sort of driving you around doing this stuff, and they're all kind of fanning out in a squad around you, and but he's relentless, and it was just I remember I went for a slash in the toilet at the cinema, and there was like 3 guys in there all trying to look natural, like pretending to take a piss or something. I just felt if I had to live like this would be awful. This just felt sort of had to be aware that wherever you went, they had to be shadowing and forerunning you and all this kind of stuff. And it was just for a weekend. It was just so oppressive. I just couldn't stand it. I just thought, no way. So it reinforced the idea that I didn't really want to be a public figure in that sort of sense. You do just want to be yourself, and you want to be not regarded as unusual or outstanding in the way that people have to make allowances for your behavior, and frame everything you do, because it is you can see why some of these people, celebrities, they just try and lose the bodyguard, because they would just feel so claustrophobic. They would just leg it, but these guys have to, they anticipate these things, and they keep up with you, or they restrict what you can do.
Well, Simon, just in the interest of this, I kind of want to veer off topic. Really, I kind of want us to lay down our Chinese philosopher beards we've been solemnly pulling at and sort of contemplating over. And I kind of, if you don't mind, Simon, if this is all right with you, I just want to kind of pick your brains on a few kind of theatrical topics and matters. That's all right.
Great.
Is that it? You sound a bit.
No. Feel free. I'm.
Because please do say no if you'd rather not.
I'm just reading the comments about the bodyguarding and the dildos. Just wondering what on earth it was all about. It was like, it was just an exercise, and
you and your entourage were down
doing it. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
straight crazy. But
Friday, the Grosvenor, you'll be there. Don't you show me up. I told Teddy to do the job.
I'm just saying, if you think it's fun living that in that world, it's like just absolutely no way. Absolutely
no, you wouldn't
no
want
way.
to, would you?
It's difficult. Yeah.
Awful. Because, and again, like fame, I think is something people should fear more because it can happen overnight for the wrong reasons. And once you've got it, it's quite a difficult. You have to be really, really capable to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because imagine if you lived your life, surrounded by images of you in third person, basically.
Yeah.
You're having your own self thrown back at you all the time.
That's right. That's and that's bad enough. Anyway, having to look in the mirror.
Yeah.
You don't want to. You just
And of course, then you get a dick. You can't let it go. You get worried if they stop talking about you.
I mean, you could see why certain celebrities are mental and why they just have a completely warped view of things, and the way they appear to be arrogant. I mean, a lot of it is you're not allowed to do. They kind of brief you on, we do this, we do that. You don't do this, you don't do that. We'll take care of that. Ridiculous things, like I say, putting on your seatbelt or something like that, or.
It must be a bit like Kafka, like in the trial or the castle, where like you're just being handed sort of like it's a system that is expecting you to be simultaneously full of agency without giving you any,
and infantilized,
yes, babified, that's how you probably end up with these sort of Amber Heard type cases where they they throw tantrums and literally shit the bed and abuse their staff and kind of just behave like total monsters.
They feel trapped. Yeah, you feel imprisoned.
Just because, and I suppose also some of them must get into a kind of a loop of thinking, well, almost like it's a God-given thing. Like, well, I mean, clearly I must be separate from these other people. Then I must deserve this power and wealth and influence.
You definitely.
It reminds me of a story that was kind of told for laughs, but I think it gives some insight into kind of how this could go wrong. Is that Jeffrey Bernard once knew a young Mick Jagger. He used to come and drink in the coach, I think. And one day they sat at the bar. They weren't really friends or anything, but they were, acquaintances. And this is just when the Rolling Stones were getting, they just gone big overnight, basically. Or at least I don't know what the history of the band is, but they'd reached some great level of fame. And one day over his pint, Mick Jagger just bursts into tears and starts really, inconsolably crying. And Jeffrey Bernard just says, well, what's up? And he said completely sincerely, he goes, well, it's just, I don't know what to do, man. I've got all this money and all these birds and I just don't know what to do. And Jeffrey Bernard sort of scored, he was obviously, he said, how dare you complain? Well, give it to me then. I'll deal with it for you if you don't want it, if you don't need all that money and all those women. But I think there is a kind of, imagine if you suddenly sort of became, overnight rich, famous, successful, pressure, everyone looking at you, you would feel probably a kind of imposter syndrome. It's, what have I done to warrant suddenly, like if you go from being poor rocker to literal multimillionaire overnight, which it does, in some cases really does happen. You must feel kind of a guilt, wouldn't you, in a way, a weird sort of cosmic level of guilt. Have I really earned this money? Am I really worth this?
I think so. I think you're right. Yeah, I think imposter syndrome is something that does affect a lot of people, and I think there is. It is like what they say about parenting. When parents give children mixed messages, it does prevent them from forming very stabilized senses of identity because they don't kind of know where they're at in that way, and yeah, it is kind of like a ludicrous thing of having loads of money and kind of not knowing what to do. But I think I was reading something yesterday about people like who are lottery winners. They get a lot of money and then they end up frittering it away, not necessarily through being wantonly wasteful, but that their trust kind of shrinks immediately. They think they'll just manage it well themselves, and they don't invest properly. They don't manage it very well. I can relate to this to a certain extent.
When Simon when Simon was handed his first 15 million quid for his star performance as harassed Kafka-esque man in the Defense Department production, I mean, he used to come into the coach, guys. He used to have to put his hand over his shoulder and say, "Panama, I just don't know what to do. I'm so rich and so successful."
Sometimes you earned a bit of money. I'm not talking about millions. I'm talking, so you maybe do a job or something, and you get a bit, and it's a bit of a chunk, and you sort of look at it and you think, oh, you sort of want to kind of protect it in some way or do something right. You don't know what it is, and you get this paralysis. So I think there's something like that is kicking in with people. You have a sense that the thing in front of you has more value than it does. It's just money, or it's just an opportunity, and you're overthinking because, especially I suppose if people come from these kinds of 60s rockers always seem to live in, well, not Mick Jagger and Keith Richards. I think they were middle class art students, weren't they? But the Johnny Rottens of the world, who all lived in one room in the East End, I think had a somewhat harder time and maybe cared less about the money as a result. But I think for some people it could bring that sense of the suddenness of it being taken away is always a possibility as well. And because that's such a it is such a dog eat dog world, the entertainment business, especially music in the 60s. You could imagine great paranoias developing about, will it all just be blown out tomorrow? A critic will spurn me. Something will go wrong in the next album.
Something people don't realize as well is that money's actually an anxiety-inducing thing. The more Biggie Smalls, who said "more money, more problems." I mean, that is actually true. And then, I mean, I've never had access to millions, but I've had largish funds under my control. And even though realistically they were fine, they were just sat there in an account or something, or whatever. It is kind of like you something like. It's like you've got a child at home and you're not there. It's like a weird feeling of something might be happening to that money now.
Yes.
I began to get at one point an irrational fear of bank crashes. Right? Yes. I had this irrational fear that somehow, despite everyone telling me that it couldn't really happen nowadays because the system's different, there would be some 29-esque run on the bank, and I would just be left, penniless. I mean, I really used to get weird dreams and things, which is I wouldn't necessarily feel it so much in the day because I can sort of, I wouldn't be that angry. I just think about other things. But it's when stuff comes through your subconscious that's quite terrifying. Yes. I mean, the newspaper proprietor, Lord North. Who was Lord Northcliffe's brother? Harold Harmsworth. What's his name?
Harmsworth,
yes. Who owned the various papers. He was one of the richest men of his time. I think at one point the richest man in Britain. And he had this perpetual fear that he would be bankrupt, and he used to destroy him. And of course there was no I mean, even had the worst calamity happen to him, there was no risk of him really ever being poor. He was always going to have a huge stake in various things. His family are all immensely wealthy and well connected. And he used to wake up in the middle of the night, 3 a.m, groaning with sort of stomach upsets, and grab the telephone next to his bed, which was wired up with a direct line to his head of accounts.
Yeah.
And he would just have to beg him and say, "Please tell me the money's still there. Please tell me the money's still there." I mean, can you imagine? That must be. And again, it's not. It's you understand it. It would be like that if you really did control such a huge fortune and such a huge empire.
Crikey, yes, absolutely. Yeah, the sense of jeopardy about the accompanying enormity of what it means would be very, very corrosive, I think.
There's also people who've killed themselves when they run out of money, and they've said the reason is because they couldn't face the idea of a lifestyle without that much wealth. I mean, going back to ancient Rome, I don't remember who it was. I think there was a really rich young man who kind of devoted himself to Epicurean kind of pleasure seeking and gluttony, and he spent something like 300 million sesterces on basically he was about sort of 21, I think, when this happened. And, ran through. I mean, we're talking, Jeff Bezos levels of wealth at the time, just on parties and pleasures and things. And he got down to 15 million sesterces, which is still an ungodly amount of money for a single person to control back then. And he wrote a note saying, "Look, I simply can't live as, quote, a pauper," because to him 15 million just wasn't enough, and he killed himself. I just don't want to face life without this level of wealth. And half of me thinks that's pathetic, and half of me sort of respects it. I don't really know. Like,
it's commitment to the part.
yeah. It's like it's. I mean, the Wolf of Wall Street is a controversial kind of half-life as a piece of culture. But I think if you look past all the kind of slightly fetishistic depictions of excess in that film, the obvious core message is, wealth is not an avenue for happiness, and yet, the main character clearly says,
yeah.
all this stuff about all the problems of being rich. Yes, it's true. Yes, it's chaotic. Yes, it's horrible. Yes, it's anxiety-inducing. But he says, what is it? I've been rich and I've been poor. Yeah. And I choose rich every single fucking time. Because at least when you're a multimillionaire, you can just dump your kids with the nanny. You can have your servant bring up a champagne bottle. You can take off, if you want to the other side of the world tomorrow without it making any difference to your wealth or lifestyle,
Exactly. Always better to cry in the back of a Rolls Royce than cry in the back of a Mini.
Exactly. This is I think that, I mean, you can't really argue with that. I get it. There is,
No, absolutely. I mean, as you say, there's so much pious bullshit talked about money. I mean, there's there's nothing wrong with money. That's not the question, but it is the thing of what does it do as a medium to your brain when its representative importance exceeds your ability to manage your emotions about it. That is something that maybe is unexpected. I mean, having said that, if I won 20 million pounds in the lottery tomorrow and all my life's concerns and stresses went away, that's fine. I promise I will not complain. I just won't.
Would you, as long as you wouldn't abandon me, Simon, I'd never begrudge you.
I'd probably make you my investment manager. And
yes, no, I love a good no work job.
Pay you handsomely. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, this has been talked about before, hasn't it? About the class of people who do have these no work jobs effectively in our society.
And funnily enough, very often the richer you are already, the more people. It's a paradox been observed from time immemorial. The richer you are, the more people are just willing to hand you over large sums of money for seemingly no reason. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
It is indeed. It is indeed. And
no, well, sorry, Simon.
You're going to ask me a question about theatre.
I was, but I also kind of want to just ask you about money as well.
Yes.
If because I've often wondered this, I ponder it frequently. If you had a great big smacking lottery win like tomorrow, would you tell anybody? If anybody, would you make it? Or do you feel you would have to sit because I definitely wouldn't. My instinct would be to keep it.
Correct.
So I mean, I wouldn't be able to. I'd probably be, I'd be so giddy with excitement that I'd be, spilling it. But what I'd probably do is I'd say I won a big bet on a horse, or someone died and left me some money I wasn't
expecting. Exactly.
I mean, about the amount or something.
Maybe that's a fun story to actually write. The elaborate lies a guy comes up with to explain.
Pretend not to have any money.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You wouldn't, and you shouldn't, because as they say in Wall Street, money makes you do things you don't want to do.
Well, and as people in the chat are pointing out, the minute people know that you've suddenly got a huge elevated amount of money.
Yeah.
You stop being the person that you were to them, and you start being the millionaire.
Well, it's like the same thing as the bodyguard exercise, because everybody would become your bodyguard. You would have the same intolerable level of maximal surveillance, whether you wanted it or not. And I absolutely agree. You wouldn't. I mean, you would try and find plausible ways to make your lifestyle adjust in a very believable increments, whereby you could sort of be comfortable, but not. I mean, my particular thing is, I'm not particularly ostentatious anyway. When I've had money, I don't spend on things other people want. I spend it on the crap I like, which is very relatively low cost. It's a new vinyl album from the electronic composer who makes music about town planning in the 70s that I like. It's kind of it's not maybe major.
Maybe you'll sympathize with me then, Simon, when I kind of often wonder that I don't. I mean, this may be just maybe naive. I might, as you say, because money changes you once you have it. But I've often thought that my lifestyle would barely change.
Yeah.
And it's not. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, really. I mean, I would do what I do now, just with just even more cigars. Basically, that would be the only difference.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I had a friend from the Northeast as well. He didn't come from a well-to-do family at all, but any money he had, he always lived. You know, when people say, "I must live a certain way,"
Hmm.
he would always live a certain way.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think he would be penurious, you know, at times.
Mm.
But he'd say there's just certain things I'm not gonna do without having that massage, or I'm, you know, because you know, he wasn't like a Premier League footballer or anything like that kind of level
Yeah.
of fight fitness, but he liked certain things for his own personal therapeutic comfort. So he would eat high quality food, even though it would be expensive to do it that way. He could have done it differently, but he just said, "No, this is the way I need to live," you know, and that's it. And I'll just, you know, find the money to make it happen. I mean, he moved to India eventually, so because he actually quite liked living in a fairly simple way in the end,
Yeah.
and that was that. So yeah, I think I don't think it probably would. I mean, I would buy a house where I didn't have the kitchen floor falling in from damp. And
I mean,
I would
yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
no concerns about drainage of any kind. I would make sure.
You would bring in men to knock you up a nice mansion, sort of mansionette.
Yeah,
You know.
absolutely, yeah,
Mhm.
that sort of thing. But
Yeah.
no, I don't. And it's always the paradox. I mean, as you say, everybody says it's not going to change them. And what you would have to do is make sure that you were in the appropriate frame of mind to make sure that you managed those stresses, which I say could be spontaneous,
Mm.
on coming into good fortune, whereby it blows. I mean, I noticed a lottery advert on the radio the other day where it said, you know, the prize is something like ridiculous, like 47 million or something. But don't, and the voiceover said, but don't worry, we'll pay it to you for the next 30 years so it doesn't blow your mind. And I thought, well, maybe that's them being a bit canny because you might not live 30 years. So, you know,
'Cause some
what,
of the some of the lotteries are done in that way as like you get 20 grand a month instead of, you know,
yeah, yeah,
or well, it's basically it's they call it set for life, the one we have here, I think. So
yeah,
for the duration of your life, you get 20,000 quid a month, which I mean, if I'd be happy with that. I
yeah,
wouldn't complain, you know. I wouldn't say, oh,
mm,
I want all of it now. I mean,
yeah,
you know, I'm sure maybe I'd sit there one day and go, oh, I wish I had, you know, a bit more of it so I could do this. But the thing
yeah,
is, if you if you were had a lifetime guarantee that you would get at 20,000 quid a month,
yeah,
imagine the loans you could get. Imagine the
yeah,
interest you'd be able to be extended to you. You know?
yeah,
You could just
exactly.
go and loan £1 million out of the bank probably and just go and
Yeah,
live off that. I
yeah,
mean, I've often thought if I had won the lottery, the first thing I would do would just be to put all my possessions in storage and
mm.
move into the Connaught Hotel or some other
Funny, that's
sort
what
of
my dad said as
tasteful
well.
hotel. Well, because
Yeah,
I'm
we
someone
live in
who's
hotels.
total.
Yeah,
I'm a nasty wreck of organization in that I don't remember to do things on time. I don't remember where I've put things, and I just, if I can help it, indulge
mm.
myself in intellectualism all the time and just
But I
not
think
have
you
to
have a
think about things. So,
nomadic and gregarious instinct simultaneously, don't you? I think you
yeah, I think so.
highly sociable, and also I think there's perhaps a level of a non-compromise on the quality of the social relation. If you want to
But,
go
uh,
out
but
and make a night of it,
and
you'll do it.
I will. I mean, I never ever will because the way I look at it, to me that is life. To me, that is
Yeah,
what I actually get up in the morning and live like.
yeah,
Those social interactions, if I didn't have them, I'd just say, okay, well, fuck it. Then I'll just kill. I mean, you know, not to put too fine a point on it,
yeah,
but it's like there wouldn't be any point in keeping going to me
yeah.
without that kind of thing. So
Mm,
the I mean, one of the reasons I would love to say just move into a suite of rooms somewhere
mm,
with, you know, a really high spec sort of luxury staff and everything,
mm,
it just isn't in a hotel as opposed to a flat or something, is that just because, say, if I was out somewhere one day in London and I met a bunch of friends and I said, all right, come back to mine, we'll have a big party. I
mm.
wouldn't have to sit and go, oh, I've not bought anything. Oh no, the place is a mess. Oh, I haven't really got the right furniture because it would have been cleaned and done while I could just, you
Yeah,
know, we'll come back and order up, you know, the industrial sized kitchens and room service. You know, we'll get them to
yeah,
bring us stuff up.
yeah,
To me, that would basically, because I wouldn't have to think about anything I didn't want to in that context.
yeah.
Like, and because like the reason I always think I would do it at the Connaught is because the Connaught is my
Mm,
favorite hotel, not necessarily because it's luxurious or just because the service is really good. It's
mm.
because it's homey to me. It
It
has a
retains
really
an
nice
atmosphere.
family. I mean, you have to. I mean, the you know the staff remember me. I don't stay there very often because it's
No,
massively expensive. It'd be a waste of money, obviously. But
yeah,
if I had I the money, I would just move in. I'd say, all right, well, I'm just gonna live with
mm,
you.
yeah,
You all look after me, and you know, I'll keep you in tips why the
Well,
situation
I know a lot of people. I think like that actually. As I said, my father thought like that. I asked him what he would do if he had lots of money. He would just say, "I'd live in hotels." And I think that was partly to get away from us as well. So he was kind of, he planned this out in some way. If he was going, but yeah, now it's what he has. But yeah,
bloody wife and kids.
Yeah. People are people, as Depeche Mode said.
I'm never quite sure how to imagine your childhood, Simon. Part of me wants to just see, like in Eric Oldthwaite in Ripping Yarns. Like I sort of I imagine a house from that, and your dad's wearing a waistcoat with a detachable collar on his shirt, and he's got and he's sitting there recording, going, "Hey, Simon, you want to go off and be an actor in bloody Australia?" Hey,
that's right. Yeah.
Or maybe the inverse, where you said, no, father, I want to stay true to my working class roots, and I want to work in a coal mine.
Exactly.
You
got the
hey, Simon, it's 70s Britain. Yeah. Thatcher's going to come and take mine away. Go to Australia and work in theatre, lad.
Exactly. Well, he did actually do that. Yeah, he did reflexively kind of think that actors were all homosexuals who wore green suede shoes, that kind of thing. Sort of. He did sort of behave like that. But that's yeah. I think that's because it is kind of in the northeast of England. It is a slightly out of the blue kind of career choice. But then again, I didn't make it anyway, so he didn't need to worry.
No, come on, Simon. You are one of the greatest assets to. I mean, you basically are British stagecraft at this point. There isn't I mean, who else is it going to be?
This is the thing going back. This is the thing going back to our conversation of culture, though, isn't it? That I think I've said to you before. I probably should have been born 20, 30 years earlier to be in this sort of career world where, to be honest, I could have happily, I don't think the experiences of playing, reps in the 1960s or 70s necessarily would have been amazing. But I said the thing I wanted to, the idea
could have had a living from
it. Of having a regular churn of work where you did lots and lots of work and got around and played, great roles. That kind of would be enough. It wouldn't really have to be amazing. I mean, there's things some people want to do, film and be film stars. It doesn't interest me because it's a very sort of technical medium, and I don't like looking at myself on screen. So I would rather do something in theatre where people can only see you once, and that's it. There's no reflection beamed back at you. So yeah, one is out of time, and the nature of the business has changed, the nature of culture has changed, and I've got friends my age, they kind of fantasize about being at work in the 1970s, at the BBC and places like that. And it's a kind of dream they have. And those circumstances have gone. The BBC's fabric has been sold off. The venues don't exist. Television centre's gone in the way that it used to be. So the familiarity of that way of, I think maybe inevitable, maybe everybody grows up with the thing they want to do having already passed into history and being unattainable from then on, and the dissatisfaction about what the future represents is then the subject and focus of life. If people are better adjusted than me and can just get a job and live and make money and have a family, fantastic. I mean, that's brilliant. That's the skill. That's the art of living.
It'll come again, Simon. There'll be the one hallowed day. There'll be a time when this is once again possible for the young. It may have bypassed us, but there'll be a time.
But the idea of having lots of money, I mean, I genuinely, if I had enough money to be, comfortably off, and I don't mean like multiple houses everywhere, because basically I don't want to live anywhere else. I'd like to live in England for the rest of my life, but I'd like to live somewhere with no damp floors. And actually, then if there was a load of money, it would be nice to set up something where you could have an impact in like a cultural institution of some continuity. That would be a thing, where you could basically self-fund and invest to make it so that people had an independent access by which they could generate work, and then, as I say, create the efflorescence of culture that I'm keen on terms that are not defined by public institutions with particular agendas. That would kind of be, I think I've realized that's what my focused interest would probably be.
Why? Sorry, I don't know why I said why there. I was just sort of
sorry. Why indeed?
Maybe I'm just going mad. But I just want to pause briefly because it's something I forgot to do, which is that speaking of right wing art, quote unquote, which is, he would hate me saying that because it is not right wing art. It is just art, and it is good.
Yes.
Our friend Columba,
Yes.
until this morning, a housemate of mine, he pulled on his Rhodesian-esque short shorts and his boat shoes, and put his backpack on and walked off to Stansted Airport, whereupon he flew to Biarritz, where he is now going pilgrimaging in Spain for the next couple of months.
Wow.
I had a bagpipe chorus, playing him out as he left. It was quite a scene. He has just released, with the collaboration of Mr. Matthew Stokes, a book of poetry under the name Mr. Colm Killie, and I would like everybody to please go out and buy a copy of this new work. Support your local poets, please. If you go to Columba's Twitter, you will find a link there. I'll put a link in the description once the stream's finished as well. Just forgot to do that.
And I second this as well, as in the nature of what we seek to talk about. If people can support cultural projects in whatever way they are able, that would be ideal.
And if you would like to support the cultural project that is my life, you can go to ko-fi.com/Panama Hat. And please do give generously, gentlemen, because it's a very the times they are a changing, as Mr. Dillon once said.
Indeed, indeed.
And your support makes it much easier for me to keep doing these streams and give you the content that you want.
Remember, that's ko-fi.com. That's ko-fi.com / all one word, Panama Hat.
Can I be really indulgent and ask you to do your Patrick Stewart just once for me?
See, I can't. I did it the other day, didn't I? Mean, I can't remember what he was saying. What is it?
Her clothes fall off.
Right. So I'm walking in the park and with my psychic powers, and I have a conversation with her, and I talk to her, and then her clothes fall off, and you could see everything. That kind of thing.
I love it. It's so good, Simon. I don't know why you put yourself down.
I don't. I just don't know if I think I always put it down to the theory that everybody has a bad, have what I call the bad Michael Caine. Everybody can do a bad Michael Caine, and that's fair.
Not a lot of people know that.
That's right. Absolutely. Not a lot of people know that.
What is that? Slightly.
You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. All that kind of
Simon, I've got a cracking idea, my friend. Perhaps later this week, we do a stream on the tradition of impressionism and mimicry. Please, can we do it, Simon?
I guess. If we find the sources. I mean,
we'll have to just discuss. I mean, we'll talk about dead ringers and I don't know, spitting image and the tradition of voice mockery.
Some of the more obscure ones. I mean, one of the ones I like very much is the actor Kevin Eldon, who people will know from things like Chris Morris's work and Big Train, and his own show It's Kevin, which you can find, I think, on YouTube. And he does these series of sketches. He does George Martin, the Beatles manager, but George Martin who turns into Hitler. he's sort of so I was there in 1941 talking with the boys about our next move, and we decided maybe we'd think about going to Russia, and we'd had a few hits there in the past, and he just builds up this whole thing of Martin is kind of like this, and he turns into this screaming, ranting Führer at the end of each as if it's hilarious. He's there's just odd people who do something that just kind of hits really well, and they're not necessarily the famous impressions. But Peter Serafinovich, I think I always liked him, the way he would do, he'd do on his show, he did like a sort of a Paul McCartney Christmas song, we're all having a sexy Christmas time, whatever it was. And, he'd play Ringo sort of, so then Paul went and wrote this song, and it was kind of not my taste. It was a bit like this, and it goes to then him dressed as Paul, doing this. We're just having a great Christmas, sexy Christmas time. And it's just, the problem is you end up doing impressions which are based on their impressions, but, he's very good.
Something, I mean, as someone who obviously doesn't have anywhere near the skill or, talent to be a proper impressionist, but who nevertheless likes doing them I tend to wind people up by doing them with people I'm very close to, actually, and they get rather annoyed, but I can't help it.
Good.
I do it out of love, But I've always called it the Thatcher Nixon paradox, Simon.
Mm.
And I wonder if you could shed some sort of theatrical sort of insight, sort of from an actor's point of view, why this is the case.
Mm.
Is that so? My two examples for quote unquote doing a quote impression of someone or being someone.
Mm.
Example one: Anthony Hopkins in the film Nixon. By Robert Stone. Oliver, is it Robert Stone or Oliver? Oliver Stone.
Oliver Stone. Yeah.
I'm in a mess today.
No. You're just getting old and silly. We'll get these.
It is.
The attacks of.
I'm in my dotage now, Simon. So Anthony Hopkins is a short man. He doesn't have the figure of Nixon, the build of Nixon. He doesn't look anything like Nixon. Doesn't sound anything like Nixon.
Yeah.
You don't look at him and see Nixon, even when he's dressed up as Nixon in makeup and a suit, right?
Yeah.
Does not look like Nixon.
Yeah.
And yet,
for
every millisecond of that film, you completely believe that he is Richard Nixon. He just gets something. I can't tell you what it is he gets right, but there is something about the character that you just, the minute he's on screen, that's Richard Nixon, right?
Yeah.
Now, contrast that. Opposite example. The film, the now thankfully forgotten Oscar bait biopic, The Iron Lady, 2013. Meryl Streep, Margaret Thatcher. Meryl Streep was able to transform herself physically. She looked exactly like Margaret Thatcher. The voice was uncanny, both pre and post kind of Saatchi remodeling work on her. She sounded and looked exactly like Margaret Thatcher. She even sort of gained or lost a slight amount of weight to get the figure slightly closer. The clothes were on point. You look at her and you think, okay, that is somebody doing a brilliant Margaret Thatcher impression, right?
Yeah.
And then through the whole film, all you're thinking is, that's just Meryl Streep doing a silly voice. Right? You never for a moment actually believe that you're looking at Margaret Thatcher, because it's like it's empty. It's like it is a spitting image puppet. Like there's something, and I mean, arguably, even the spitting image puppet was closer to Thatcher's actual character in some way. So the Meryl Streep kind of empty. I'm just going to talk like this and be stateswoman-like in the face of adversity. You know, it just didn't. It just came off as like it doesn't work. And
do you think it was a badly written script? Do you think there might be just
also because
being generous
in Meryl Streep's defense, it was also a completely hollow, shallow, it was not written with the conviction and nuance and intelligence of an Oliver Stone film. If Oliver Stone had written it, it may have been better. But nevertheless, the quality of the script aside, there is something hollow about her portrayal. The problem is it's an impression.
Yes.
Hopkins wasn't doing an impression. Meryl Streep was doing an impression, and that's where it fell down. Now I want your view on what you think that je ne sais quoi factor actually is. Why do we believe Hopkins but not Meryl Streep in that case? Yeah, I've seen you've seen both films.
Yeah, I have. I think it's I don't know. You can only use kind of cliched words like it's that Hopkins just grasps the mojo of something, and Meryl Streep is a technician who is attempting to create a simulation. There's always you've seen it with the actors' interviews. They're often very coy about saying, well, I didn't want to do an exact impression of the person. And they often try to play that because it's as if it's a kind of artistic credit to their name, that they're not being slavish in some way to the actual physical and vocal characteristics of the person they're playing. But actually, it's usually because they can't actually do the impression. That's why I think they say that. They kind of preempt the fact that they say, I want to capture the spirit of the person. And I think to an extent that is true, that good performances do capture something. And Nick, Hopkins with Nixon, there's a thing about actors' reputations preceding them, isn't there? That Hopkins has this reputation of, having been the brawler, having been the kind of wild man, that kind of thing, drinking away, all throughout the 60s and 70s. And, he's coming into Nixon, he's a barrel of angerness, and intensity. And that's what he is. So you kind of know that about him. So there's always, I think, perhaps a meta element of that. Hopkins is an actor who contains danger, but I think it's also just germane to his makeup as a person. He had a lot of problems with drink, and his career sort of took it ducked out really in his 40s, I think, really, and then he kind of came back because of Silence of the Lambs, obviously. But he was obviously talented and physically pugnacious in a sense on stage or on camera, and he could dive into the conviction of a character who lived with the sort of pain that you imagine someone who is drinking to the extent that he was is cradling, and so often that thing to me translates as the thing that the director Peter Brooks said about energy. He said, energy on stage is genius. It's just bringing energy to something. They're bringing intensity to something, and it's not just acting in an intense way. It's the motor inside you that is spinning so fast and it's burning that makes you give that performance in that way. And Hopkins could, as you say, not have to simulate Nixon, but he could capture something about an essence of maybe something that you saw behind a glance of Nixon's eyes on a piece of archive.
Are you saying that you feel he actually drew from personal experience to play Nixon, like a sort of in a systematic way?
I think it's the nature of him as an actor. I wouldn't
have expected you to say that. It's very interesting. Actually.
He's got a contained energy. I think that's what Nixon. I said it there. That's what Hopkins. That's what when you sign up Hopkins. That's what he brings. He brings this. Yeah. He's this sort of miniature Welsh nuclear reactor. He comes to a park.
But I don't know that though. I don't know that because there's an awful lot of roles he's been in where he has put an equal amount of effort in and just been totally rotten. Doesn't work at all.
Yeah, I usually think that's to do with script. I really generally think it's to do with script.
I mean, I'm not so sold because I have seen bad actors elevate good actors elevate bad scripts many times over.
Wow,
it can be done. I mean,
Can you think of an example? I'm curious. I'm not putting you on the spot. Can you think of someone who did that though? I think it's possible. I think that people would say, when they gave Michael Caine a script, he could turn it into something else if it was
actually. I'll tell you. It might seem an old example because we both quite like this film. Death of Stalin.
Yes.
It's not a bad script, but it's a very flat script. I've actually read the actual shooting script it's made from.
Yeah,
really, really dull. The jokes don't come across. It's quite flat. It feels a bit tentative and it doesn't work at all as a script.
Yeah.
Again, kind of an unfair example, Simon, again, because you asked me about bad scripts. It's not that it's a bad script. It's just dull and wouldn't make for a great film. But I think because the cast are all good, one good actors, two good comedians with great senses of timing, they're allowed to improvise with it a bit. And because they're natural, they all spent a long time just being mates on set weren't acting. They just all genuinely were friends. So that there is a genuine kind of people who have been working together for a while repartee they have that you wouldn't get necessarily otherwise. Yeah. And for me, that's an example of just how a script can be elevated. It's not like, for example, I always assumed that I always used to wonder, well, would Withnail and I, so. Before you've got the film, before you've got Grant and McGann and Bruce Robinson's, directive style and all these other sort of great little character actors that show up, does it actually work just as a treatment? Does the actual Withnail, the script, work? And it does. Just totally does. And I know obviously I'm biased because it's a film I've seen, I know what it would go on to be.
Yeah.
But I do think you'd read the script and it would still work really well. You'd look at it and go, yeah, this is great. This is hot stuff. This works.
Yeah.
So, I kind of want to think more about because I do stick by my point. I do think that it is like bad scripts are bad scripts, but they can be somewhat pulled back by very engaged performances. And also, there are some actors. I mean, all the old sci-fi Hammer horror, staples like Cushing and Lee and all that sort of thing. Part of their general kind of niche trade as actors was that you could give them hammy dialogue and they would make it engaging. Actually, I got perfect example. Palpatine, Emperor Palpatine in Star Wars, right? George Lucas is, people, I know sort of, people, oh, actually the prequels are good or whatever. I'm sorry. Technically speaking, as a film, the script is wooden, The direction is uninspired. Yes, the story is interesting and the world building and everything. That's all good. You know, I grew up with them. Fine. I got a soft spot for the prequels. As films, as technical, artistic pieces of filmmaking, they don't work. They just simply don't.
Yeah.
All those awful, not even really hammy, just dull lines. You put them in the hands of Ian McDiarmid, and he elevates it. He doesn't really do. It's not even that it's really camp in a sort of sly way. It just works. He just put the way he performs the part, even with the dialogue. George Lucas's stilted direction. He just makes it work. That would, I think, Simon would be an example. I would say.
Well, I suppose you commit to the cosmology of that world, and as an actor, the thing is, I don't know what George Lucas's directing style is like. I mean, is he kind of Kubrickian in that he leaves the actors to pretty much get on with it, and he says to them, you know, I hired you to do the job. I'm not here to tell you how to play it.
I think
what do you think he's like?
Well, the thing is, when it comes to the prequels, because there's lots of footage of him actually doing the directing.
Yeah.
And the problem is, he sort of doesn't. It's
well,
like
he's.
I think when it came to do the prequels, he was more interested in advancing filmmaking as a technical art form with effects and with the things you could put on, like visual.
Yes.
Kind of feast, right? I mean, because you see, for example, you know, again, it feels weird to sort of treat the prequels just with objective criticism, but I mean, that opening scene in Revenge of the Sith where it's tracking the space battle. I mean, I saw that when I was a kid. I've seen it many times since, and I don't care whatever else is wrong with those films. That is such an awesomely powerful, grand way to open a film. These enormous vessels, you know, broadsiding each other with barrages of cannon and all that. I mean, can you imagine this? That is why George Lucas, when he does works, is because he's got that sensibility of a kid going to see an adventure in the picture house in the 50s, right? Where you're blown away because you're seeing things that you couldn't even really visualize in your own head, you know, going on the screen. And but when it comes to actually directing the actors, totally, you just see him kind of there, very low energy, with this kind of, you know, coffee in hand, kind of going, okay, well, just I need you to walk from one end of the set to the other and just say the lines. Really, like he doesn't. And I think you could, because it's sort of, I feel bad for sort of Hayden Christensen, who played Anakin Skywalker, of course, in that he's an extremely good actor. He's been in some very little known but really, really good films. And the problem is because he's not being given any direction. He can't. Because you know he needs the director to tell him how to play it, and the director just isn't giving anything. George Lucas is just saying, okay, we'll just say the line and you know. Just move over the corner there, and of course because Lucas isn't thinking about the actor, he's thinking about what's the effect shot going to look like? How big can I make this hole? What interesting visual cues can we do here? And it's sort of I mean, I mean, you can see there's a departure in style from the later original trilogy to the prequels, where Lucas didn't actually direct two of those. He didn't direct Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Or at least I think he technically did, but he had assistant directors basically run the set and direct the actors. I think he was the man in charge, but he was more of a kind of god figure than a sort of on set, you know, right, let's do the unit shooting, you know,
the original trilogy.
I think so. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty
sure. I remember
did.
Seeing the bits of, like, with Empire Strikes Back. Was it Irving Kershner or someone who was doing, you know, him sort of directing the actors? You know, I want you to fire the gun like this and make it look like it's got a bit of kickback, you know, and you know, do this kind of thing. I mean, George Lucas is busy doing kind of world building and obviously conceiving of things at a monumental level. In the nature of the Star Wars universe, of which he has conceived, he must have a sort of a firm, you know, and magnetic visual style as a piece of cinema, because that, as you say, is kind of what he's come from. He's come from a sort of classic age in the 60s and 70s of American directors, you know, wanting to emulate the greatest cinema that they've ever seen. So in a sense, acting isn't particularly important, and the American approach to making films sort of feels like you basically cast people who are like the characters, and you just let them behave and interact on screen. So this brings in that question of the star quality actor that we talked about before. You know, if you write a character and you think, well, I want to write this for a sort of Jack Nicholson like actor, well, then you get Jack Nicholson in to play it, you know, because you kind of know where it's heading. And the difficulty with things like film, which I've never done film or television, but I'm aware of some of the processes. The actors are going into situations where they may not be getting any rehearsal at all, and they may be just given a script which they have to learn and appear on the set, you know, put on the costume, not bump into the furniture, and say the lines as you know, as the cliche goes.
Yeah.
And you have to work out, as I say, Ian McDiarmid in that part will be given something, and he will have, you know, a lot of stage experience, a certain amount of TV experience at that point, and the real kind of craft and showbiz trade of an actor is you've got to get your shit up in the frame and get it seen and make an impact.
Yeah.
Because you've
do it, nail it, basically.
Only as good as your last job. You need to get the agent seeing it. You need to impress. So he's had to invent a lot of stuff.
Would you kind of agree that in a sense it's sort of a very you couldn't say apply Stanislavski's system, because you know, we don't ever find out what Palpatine's motivation is, really.
No.
I mean, not. Oh, sorry, that's a silly thing to say, because famously, unlimited power. You know.
Yeah.
That is arguably the motivation, but it's not like he's not Iago. He's not Macbeth, right? He doesn't get to have a, you know, I was born on a poor planet and I've come to rule the galaxy and I want to make things better for the common man, or you know, or he doesn't even get it sort of, you know, I want to just be a megalomaniac. But no, it's like just power, you know. So he's able to just take that and run with it and go, no, I'm just gonna, you know, stick my pitchfork in the ground and, you know, this is clearly the pitch at which to play this role. And it's even funnier in a film where, because everybody is being given such minimal direction, everybody else is underacting, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, everyone else is kind of saying the lines with such little conviction and such woodenness, and you got him there, just every word and syllable is inflected. I mean, I imagine that's what stage performances in sort of late Victorian era were like. These really kind of mannerist, naturalist, you know, kind of late Chekhovian kind of I am in charge sort of, you know. I mean, you know, it must be fun to play a part like that.
Well, this is the thing about getting the British actor in to do the villain, because they bring that sense of operatic stage grandeur to a moment, because they probably aren't the center of the film. They have to come in and, you know, create the you know, it's a psycho-elemental performance. You are representative of the towering evil of the universe, and you need to contain that within these 4 lines. So good luck. And you, as an actor, probably come in doing all the things that you hear actors, you know, later on. Oh, they try to argue for more lines, or they want to break up the lines a lot, you know, to give them actions to play. And these are not just methods of desperation. They are the, you know, bread and butter of making a film, where you probably, you know, you are breaking down your scene into very tiny units of action. And I mean that in the sort of psychological sense, that an actor thinks about playing the beats of a scene, and also playing the physical actions on screen, for which you may need a certain amount of coordination and physical deftness if you're in a terrible costume or a face piece out of which you can't see, or in a darkened set, or in a sort of partially built set, because some of it's going to be a matte painting and some of it's going to be CGI'd or whatever. So there's going to be a real skill in being able to contain and focus your energy. And you also know that it's not like a theatrical performance where your whole body necessarily counts. You kind of have to know which bit of the frame you're in, what's going to be seen on the 25-foot high cinema screen, how you use your eyes, how you know, parse your delivery. Because one of the things you notice being on a film or a TV set, watching people act, is you think, gosh, they're really speaking very slowly. They're doing this. They're almost doing this in slow motion. Because of the way the camera reads action, the way that the sound as I said to you about, you can do impressions, but maybe you don't record very well because of the way your delivery is. There's a certain skill in knowing how you record, how it actually feeds back and sounds as recorded sound. And, you learn how to pull things off, how to pace lines, how to direct energy, being aware of the microphone, being aware of the camera. I mean, I've mentioned before, I don't know if you've seen it, the Michael Caine acting for screen thing. You can find it on. It's about an hour long, but he shows. I mean, some people say, "Oh, it's a crock of shit, it's a load of crap." I think that's a little bit of being wise after the event, because I think Michael Caine is someone who probably knows how to make an impact on a screen and is showing you certain lessons about when you stand in front of the camera.
I don't know why, but people tend to get very angry, Simon, when they sort of get the impression that someone is just doing something intuitively because they might be good at it, as opposed to it's sort of like if you might be one of the most successful actors in history, but if you haven't got a system and a sort of naturalistic process, then you're sort of bunk, I mean, I don't understand that, because there are actors, Michael Caine being one of them, who basically say, well, it's not really an academic thing for them, they just kind of get the feel and do it, right? I mean, I mean, obviously there's a lot more to it than that, but that is kind of the base of their art, and a lot of people there's a sniffiness about that, isn't there?
There
people love to obsess over sort of Daniel Day-Lewis-esque, sort of epic, sort of really over the top method. I'm going to go and actually spend 14 years doing the thing that the character did, and then come back and
I think that's where
silly, really.
That's where process can get. I think people's awareness of process can get in the way of, when you go and see a Daniel Day-Lewis performance, you're pre-primed to expect something incredible because he's incredible and all the publicity about him is incredible. And in fact, I'd rather not know about any of that stuff, and I'd just rather go to see a film. Oh, okay, it's that guy Daniel Day-Lewis, he was in that other film. Let's see what he does. But there's enormous, maybe unintended hype about what he does, that then becomes part of a kind of illusion and a distraction simultaneously as you watch what he does, because you're trying to feel that, oh, I'm in the presence of greatness here, and this is happening right now, and maybe it is great, and maybe it is transporting, and he gives a performance of a depth and of a subtlety and incredible dimensions that you will genuinely be blown away by, more so than any other.
And that, I think that is probably it, because Daniel Day-Lewis very rarely ever even trips up. When he gets it right, he gets it so unbelievably right, that it is kind of just almost eye-wateringly good. I mean, obviously There Will Be Blood, The Phantom Thread. I mean, those for me are the two top absolute highlights. When it comes to him as an actor. I mean, those two parts. But it's sort of, I don't really, it doesn't, my judgment of that is not affected. If he had just put on the Plainview costume, walked on set and decided, I'm going to talk in this voice, and just decided to do that, I don't care. I mean, I don't care if he did that or if he spent 5 years, getting into character and researching method. I mean, in the same way that it doesn't matter to me that Cormac McCarthy spent 5 years living on the Mexican border learning Spanish and to get into the feel of writing Blood Meridian. I don't care if he'd knocked it off in 3 weeks in a flat in New York. The point is, you've got the art that you've been left with. The process is kind of irrelevant. It's like, and Americans in particular, there's this whole thing about process. What's your process? Because everything's got to be commodified to them. So like they love to sell you this idea that, like, so well, obviously literature being my field, I know most of the examples in that, where it's okay, you're a writer too. Oh, you're a writer. Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about my writing process today, how I come up with my ideas, what I do. So I tend to actually get up at 8 a.m. and have a little pressed juice, and then I sit at my desk and I brainstorm in my Moleskine notebook. I like to buy Moleskine. I prefer platinum nibs to gold nibs on my fountain pens. You see this orgy of material circumstance around the art itself, and of course these people they never actually produce anything. You don't get Thomas Pynchon or McCarthy or Herman Melville going, well, the thing is, I really love this one size of nib and all these beautiful notebooks. It's no. They had a craft and a thing to tell, and they just fucking told it. right?
Yeah.
All this kind of this lifestyle thing of, oh yeah, well I'm a writer actually. Oh, I'm a creative. I always think of myself as a creative. And no offense, but I will say this because I brought this up publicly before. AA and his insistence on using that awful, I'm an int J personality, I'm a web 5 personality, I'm an ancient 2. It's like, no. This is all postmodern American. You cannot, you will not, and you cannot compress human personality into it's this type. Oh well, I'm a creative, I'm a debater, I'm an arguer. Fuck that. It's all bollocks, and we shouldn't be indulging in it.
Speaking as an INFJ, I'm deeply offended.
The same thing.
Yeah, I think there's an ostentation about declarations of process. It's part of the self mythologization that creatives can do. Now, I'm sure people take these things seriously. They have their processes, but again, I as the at the retail end of the just watching the performance, I kind of sort of don't really want to know or need to know, and I think it just becomes an element of PR. That's for me, I think, is just distracting and boring, and it will read well enough on its own when I go to see Daniel Day-Lewis play Abraham Lincoln or whatever he's doing. Fine. I think there's a certain element of regard of his performances that warrants perhaps the level of admiration that he gets and the sense of intensity in what he does that is, as you say, it's just that's deeply satisfying. He comes on set, he stays in character for the whole of the shoot, and that may lead to some sort of difficult relations with actors at times, and you hear the stories about that, but he turns it in at the end of the day, and then he goes off and he becomes a cobbler and does whatever he wants, and the rest of his life is kind of private. So maybe that's part of the trade-off. You get to leave him alone if he gives you the whole thing of not just the performance but also the mythology of his process, as you say. You think about, I always think about a writer like Ian Fleming, where his process was to write for 3 hours in the morning and then spend the rest of the day swimming and smoking fags and having a nice time in the Caribbean.
I as someone who devotes a part of every day to sitting down and working on various novels, I've written a number of novels in my life. Obviously, publishing them is different, but I've written them anyway.
Yeah.
Both of these statements are simultaneously true. It's the hardest thing in the world to actually sit down and craft something like that.
Yeah.
And it's also just not that fucking hard. Like, you could just do it. Just do it. It's like it's if you want to sit down and write a book and write a story, if you want to just sit down and put something to existence, you can just do it, right? Yeah. Like, and it's kind of a bit like telling somebody, well, you don't have to be depressed.
Yeah.
It's sort of, and it's specious, but it's true, right? You could just you can just do it. Obviously doing it, quote unquote, is the there's the rub, if you like, but it's sort of you can just do you see what I'm saying, or do I?
It's just a disciplinary process, isn't it, or a self-disciplining process? That again, I think you're right. The person who said earlier about talking about creating isn't creating. Yes, you just have to sort of get on and create. I'm talking about wanting to do creative things while I'm doing streams, talking about wanting to do creative things. As it happens, it's the sort of creative things I'd like to do probably would involve things like streams, and so feeding that with material, because we obviously talk about doing these streams, we think about what material are we going to talk about, what are we going to do. That's a source of something that we are attempting to create, and the idea I talked about earlier about having a faculty of critics running regular programs is something I could see that that would be fun to create. That's one project. It's different from an acting project or different from a writing project, but it's something that could be done, and you just have to get on and do it. And the difficulty we're talking about here is there is a functional problem of lubricating the wheels, funding to pay for X, Y, and Z, so that, for instance, let's say we were to become two critics who would review cultural events. You can see the cost
and Waldorf-esque.
Exactly, the cost of that would rack up quite quickly, because it would be like, well, we have to go to London to go and see a performance, so there's the transport, and then maybe there's having a meal or staying overnight or whatever, and then you've got to go up to Dundee because somebody's done an art installation up there, and then you've got to do your review and sort of file that away for your your program, or then you've got to go and visit something else, then you've got to read a book on the way, and it would be a lot of work, and it would have costs associated with it as well. I'm not trying to justify people giving us lots of money at ko-fi.com/Panama Hat, but that's part of it.
Do it.
You
need to
do it.
Do it. Well, do it. Do it.
But
do it.
But there is that thing of culture is operationalized as well, even in its reflexive faculty, like such as what I'm suggesting, in ways that end up costing money. So you could say just do it, but there's also a way of doing it where it suddenly becomes very expensive to do things. So the things we're talking about here, writing a book, yes, you can just get on and write a book, providing you can sustain yourself. Very good. And so the process of the writer and the process of the actor, in a way, that's why I feel, they are kind of, I'm not diminishing either, but they're uninteresting to me. It's like, do you do the work? Do you get the stuff up in the frame, as the actor said? And if you do, then it doesn't matter. And I kind of prefer that it's a mystery to some extent. Your commercial confidentiality is such, I don't need to know how you pulled that trick off. And a lot of people do consciously protect the dark arts by which they make things happen. And it's sometimes you'd like to know more, and sometimes it's tantalizing, but you sort of have to say, we're just gonna leave that guy to do what he does, and at the end of the day, it's his art, or it's his culture. He's made it happen. We can regard it, we can view it, we could buy it, or we could sell it, or whatever, but it remains as it is, and I'm not terribly interested in how they got there. But the things that you're talking about with acting and so on, I think there's exigencies of time and space that happen when you're making things like films and television, where they don't have, as I say, rehearsal time, development time. You have to work with people you may not know. You don't know how they're going to react. When you're on a set acting with people, they say acting is reacting. So you've got to kind of take what they're doing and incorporate it or feed it back to them. And for someone playing a part like that, he's kind of got to come on at full strength and shoot those scenes. He's got to have a good relationship with the director and say, George, what do you want me to be like? What do you want me to do? And he's probably going to get fairly minimal stuff. So he is going to have to do a lot of world building himself. And I've been in situations where I've done theatre shows where you really sometimes have to kind of go behind the director's back and get things done, because you've got to say to the people in your scene, how are we going to do this? How are we going to pull this moment off? What's going to happen? Because sometimes the director isn't very involved or isn't very creative, to be honest. And you have to come up with the solutions yourself, because you're going to be the ones that are going to be on the stage and not the director.
Well, that's the interesting kind of dilemma, isn't it? Because we tend to imagine the caricaturistic film director as being a man with a kind of Wagnerian total vision of the work, like a Hitchcock, right?
Yeah.
Where they have a level of self-obsession and ego, and I mean that in a positive way when it comes to art, because sometimes art needs that kind of dictatorial aspect to it. I mean, every frame is set in their head. They know exactly how they want every aspect of the performances to be. They know how they want the sets to look. They've just got it. It's in their head before it's a film. It's just set. It's there in stone. And so, working for someone like Hitchcock, say, or Kubrick, you are very much under their aegis. Whatever they tell you to do, you just do. There's no room for mucking about. They've got their vision, and you go up to it. But of course, as we talk about George Lucas, it's sort of, well, if you're an actor, and what if the director's the opposite of that? What if they actually don't really have much of a vision for the performance, or
So then you're kind of free, and they can sort of say, well, no, take it down, do less. And generally the approaches with film, it's very much they're trying to scale it for the camera, because certain things that may work on a stage will look hysterical on a camera. But maybe sometimes things that are done on a camera that look kind of very flat and affect and low intensity actually need to be whacked up a few notches. And it divides audiences as well. People will say, oh, Tony Hopkins in Silence of the Lambs, how ridiculous, how camp. But but it's effective though, isn't it? It was definitional for a particular character. And you can disagree about that, and people often do, but often the people who disagree, they're often in a minority, because they kind of just want to redirect vision to some other part. They want a different kind of film to have been made. I think this is a problem with creative projects, is people who criticize them, very often the criticism, you listen to it and you say, well, actually you were asking the director to make a completely different film. That's not what he actually did. He's made the film he's made. There's no point saying
it's always unfair to criticize art for what it could have, or it's not what it isn't. If that makes sense. And of course, we all do it. Of course, there's a reason we do it, but it is also sort of verging on just being unfair, isn't it? It's
silly.
To the art.
It is silly. I mean, you kind of get what you're getting, and you can complain. Oh well, I would have liked it to have been longer, more scenes, more detail. This battle scene could have been much bigger or more impressive, or whatever. But you sort of have to. You have to come to it on the terms that the director intended, not the one. There's no point. I see it all the time. People they want something else to have been made. They just basically just say, I didn't like what you did. It didn't work.
Yeah,
that's fine. Don't bemoan it as if only you'd done a few things differently, it would have been amazing. It was never going to be amazing for that kind of person. They always wanted some other person to do it or some other style. So there's little to be gained from them. Generally, with mass forms of art, and culture like this, you are going to have to perhaps sort of take a mean or an average of responses. Most people feel watching Tony Hopkins in Silence of the Lambs that, with actually very little screen time, he's got something like 12 minutes of screen time in the whole film.
I think it's actually far less. It's something like less than 6 or something.
6,
it's really if you actually put the scenes together, it's very brief.
So to make the impact you make, with a handful of lines, I mean, people would probably be shocked by how little there is in a film script, that you have to work in between the lines to do a lot of behavior and a lot of world building and things that make character and motivation believable. Then that's what you're paying that actor for, because he brings it fully fleshed after having had no rehearsal and, maybe having to be dragged out of bed at 3 a.m. for makeup and then getting on camera by 7 and then turning in the scenes, which may only be very, very short scenes. I've done extras work where you sort of spend the whole day on a set and then they want you for 20 minutes at 7 p.m. in the evening, and then that's your whole day gone, just filming running up the stairs or something like that.
Well, but something interesting. I mean, it's actually another Anthony Hopkins film, but the Elephant Man, where I was watching a tape of John Hurt talking about his preparation for that role. And he said, well, they kind of realized, as silly as it sounds, they said, in order for that character to work, yes, obviously the performance has to be there, but in a sense, there isn't really any performing for John Hurt to do, because the performance is almost entirely the makeup. They said that is really the star of the film, if you like, is that the idea of being a human being trapped inside that body is the meat of the film. And it's because John Hurt doesn't really have to do acting in the capital A, character development method sense. Because he can't. He physically can't. That is kind of why it works, isn't it? Because the minute because the reason that film is heartbreaking is because you look at that person and you think, it's a real man who looked exactly like that and suffered with looking like that and suffering in that body.
Yes. And he has to.
How
the actor.
Hell could you? I mean, what a horrific punishment on earth to have to put up with.
That's it.
And I mean, there's that wonderful scene where Anthony Hopkins has been, he's been teaching him the psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, and he teaches him the first few lines of it, and then one day he's walking past John Merrick's room, and he hears the rest of it being spoken.
Yes.
And he kind of bursts in and says, "Who taught you that? Who taught you that?" And he says, "Well, I did. I used to read it at Sunday school, and I've just memorized it." And Anthony Hopkins has this sort of breakdown because he says, in order to conceptualize his life, I had to think he must also be mentally defective and not really capable of understanding what he is. Yeah. But now because he's not. He's perfectly intelligent and actually educated and literate. But trapped in that. I mean, just the horror that as a concept is so frightening that it's possible that could happen.
And it's great assistance to an actor. That's the story of the film. It's a man overcoming the cage of his own body, which is, as you say, it's horrific.
But the tragedy is, of course, he doesn't overcome it. It does not. It wins. There is no cure.
Exactly.
There is no. I mean, Hopkins brings him into the hospital with the whole. We cannot cure this man. medicine can do nothing for him. We cannot ease his pain. We cannot get rid of his condition.
Yeah, physically speaking, absolutely. Yeah. It's in the sense of him gaining kind of moral definition as a human being. It is in the sense in which he overcomes the body, in that he begins to define himself as a person who is not just stuck in what's his name's freak show, Mr. Blah, 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 the Freddie Jones character. Yeah. But that is the job, to give him that quality which we find utterly moving and crushing when we watch the film, when we see that he's able to dress up in the evening wear and have a very civilized time, and then only be able to dream of how to sleep like everybody else,
like a normal person.
And so that's why the film is so crushing.
And the fact that he was a devout Christian who believed that all life was for a good purpose and that the Lord loved him as well. That's the and not just out of genuine conviction, despite having been given that hand in life.
But as you say, for John Hurt, having to just figure out a way to talk through a mouthpiece which is twisted and distorted and all
that was a watershed in film effects, because I may be wrong, but I don't believe there was a makeup category at the Film Awards.
It was
the
Chris
Oscars,
Tucker, I think, who did it.
And John Hurt said it was a very difficult film to make for most of its production history, because everyone knew it wouldn't work if at any point the makeup and the prosthetics just didn't look right. So what they did is that they actually shot a lot of the scenes without John Merrick and were shot first. They did most of the film without him in it, and then they brought John Hurt in and they got it, because they had to basically invent new processes in makeup and prosthetics to come up with this design. And have it look, it couldn't look filmic or because the minute you think, oh, it's a man in makeup, the whole film collapses. It just doesn't work at all. And John Hurt said what they did was that no one saw the design, no one saw photographs, no one saw the sketches. They took John Hurt out a very early one, because it took 12 hours or something horrible to actually get him in all that. And they simply just led him in to the room where all the crew were. And that was their litmus. They said, if anybody laughs, if anybody sniggers or kind of says anything pithy, we can't make the film. It won't work. And when they brought John Hurt in, and because the makeup is all down his body, it's to his legs. One of the legs is horribly swollen, so he can't walk properly. He's having to limp and hold himself in a very torturous way in order to move. And people they just saw it and were just crestfallen. Because you just can't imagine the physical torture of living in that form. And and they said, right, that's the moment we knew this is going to work. Every single member of the crew, and film crews are notoriously cynical people. I mean, they're not, they're good for a wisecrack or two. They all just stood there in shocked silence. And they said, right, that's it, we've got it. We can make the film. This is going to work.
And I think that's a certain amount of that idea of withholding of energy that we talked about with Hopkins and Nixon, that maintaining it inside. I mean, the line that always rings out with Hopkins playing Nixon is, "Why do they hate me?" That sense of him
down there,
him being trapped in his own self-creation as well. The Elephant Man thing is good, because it always brings to mind to me the idea in the Ridley Scott Alien of holding back seeing the creature until it's really necessary, and doing that thing of building up with kind of nothing there but the sense of the impending and the foreboding being about to land. And that idea of containing energy is something that in the world of kind of explicit CGIification of everything has been somewhat neutralized, because everything is an expectation of abundance on a screen now. And the art of restraint, it's not just a prudish thing I'm saying when I say the art of restraint. It's just that it really is a contention that a film has to have a tension in it, and giving it sort of opulence of rendering, of image, can just kill the dynamic of the film stone dead straight away. I mean, I've never been more bored than looking at I mean, I don't watch any of those kind of Marvel films or things like that, but I think years ago,
I never look at them.
somebody persuaded me to watch a Transformers film, when the CGI was becoming, convincing enough at that point. And I just had my soul was dead inside.
Well, yeah, I was
at this thing.
The only one of those films that I ever saw was when I was taken to see by a friend in 2019, and it was a case of, well, it's not even that I think this is a bad film. It's not. There's nothing. The problem is there's nothing about it that gives me anything.
Yeah,
I don't hate it because it's not. There's nothing interesting enough to hate.
No. No.
And in fact, Simon, when it comes to this kind of ability to this kind of the performance aspect of these things,
yeah,
I wonder, have you come across a film called The Room?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So there was a film called The Room. People in the chat will know it, I think. It's 2003. A guy called Tommy Wiseau. It's one of like a very famous example of a bad film, or like a strangely bad film, an interestingly bad film. You might have seen it. It's got a scene where you might have people seen it. You might have seen it referenced or talked about, where he goes, "You're tearing me apart, Lisa," like that. It's a kind of mainstay of sort of bizarre, sort of weird filmmaking.
Is it like good bad, as you would say?
It's sort of the movie of, well, it's like the example in the modern day of so bad it's good.
Yeah.
So it's this weird kind of bizarrely accented guy who decided to make a film, and I'll have to take you to see it because we can't really discuss it, I suppose. If you the point I was going to make. They actually show it at the Prince Charles Cinema. Actually, I'm kind of intrigued you haven't seen it because among, I think, people of my generation, it's always been a meme, like an internet thing.
Does it have a cult appeal, as it were, just a mimetic reference appeal?
No, I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah.
Don't look it up.
No.
I will. The next time it's on, and it's regularly shown at one of the London Soho cinemas.
Yeah.
Do not look it up. I will use the money from the kitty. Everyone, right.
Fly me down to London.
Everyone listening to this stream.
Yeah.
If any of you in any way at all would like me to take Simon Roberts to the cinema to see for the first time, without ever having heard of any of the people involved or any of the concepts, Tommy Wiseau's The Room, go to the Ko-Fi now and donate. If you want your money, because there's one hell of a stream waiting up when you've seen.
I've literally never heard of this thing at all. I will not
look it up.
I will not look it up.
Don't look a word into it.
Yeah, I have sort of no curiosity about things until I see them, in a way.
Everyone over to Ko-Fi, put something in the thing. He needs to see it,
Joe in the chat saying it's on YouTube. He's trying to tempt me to think about it.
No, Simon, no.
Yeah, no, I won't. I really won't, because I like to see things as fresh as possible now, because I'm so over referenced with things. It's interesting to see them.
No. We'll just go and anyway. I'm going to leave the room there because I was going to discuss. Basically, Simon. Recently, some Bob Odenkirk, the guy, Better Call Saul, the lawyer actor. He's done a remake of The Room.
Right.
With it all played completely straight.
Okay.
That was I was going to open. I'm going to leave that though because you need really, for this to make any sense, you have to have seen it. So we'll just wait.
Okay.
We'll just wait. That'll be an interesting. I cannot wait to take you to see that. I will go on the Prince Charles Cinema website and see when it's next on, because you'll have an interesting time with it, Simon. Yes.
But this discussion about film performances is still is interesting to me. This idea that you talk about with Nixon and Hopkins. I mean, maybe we want to return to that to just nail down what it is you think might be going on. As I say, to me, it's the facility of Hopkins and what he recognizably brings as an actor to a part. So he will explode it in his own way and capture something truer than somebody attempting to do a utterly faithful rendition. Can you think of anything that to you explains that, or similar performances where it captures that, where you feel the actor just, as I say, grasps the mojo of the character somehow and inhabits it so brilliantly.
That's a good question. What would another example be?
If I take an obvious example, go on.
Well, just probably Daniel Day-Lewis in Lincoln.
Right.
No, I mean, because the thing is that I don't believe there were any really interesting or definitive on-screen portrayals of Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
Before then, and so nobody really. Everyone expects, like, imagine, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, or I'm going to talk like this and be a great statesman, and I'm the hero of American, And of course, he doesn't do it. He goes for a very sort of almost Shakespearean kind of. It's a Shakespearean film, Lincoln, because it has that sense of, you're not seeing literal history. It's not really a period piece in the true sense of the word.
Yeah.
It's a psychological look into a man overcoming something, like Richard III or Macbeth or Henry the. Like it has that. It's a look into humanity more so than it's anything else. I mean, the politics of the film and everything else, I'm not interested in. I'm just interested in it as a piece of art. And Daniel, because you would imagine, Simon, for example, that if you're going to play a great statesman, you would project like this, and everybody listens to me. No, because his performance is kind of shrinking. Lincoln, famously a tall man, a big man, and Daniel Day-Lewis is kind of made to. He feels like he's tall and very wiry and has this Lincoln-esque kind of stature to him, but he has this rather thin, quite reedy voice, and he sort of just thinks quietly and with melancholy about various aspects of the war and politics, and also he accurately gets us this duality to Lincoln, where he is kind of a huckster. He's a bit of a showman, He well understands that people kind of expect this. Well, I'm just a simple backwoods lawyer. I was born in a log cabin, and we have a few folksy sayings from the prairie I'd like to tell you. When that's not what he is at all. He's a ruthless, cunning, quite cynical man who built himself up from pretty humble beginnings into owning a giant, very financially successful, ruthless law firm. Then went into politics and became president, and like any successful politician, has to be ruthless and tough. Except he's good at hiding it. I mean, there's the one scene that really sticks with me. It's not really a scene; it's just it's an exchange. Really, it's a moment. Is where, obviously, for most of the Civil War, the Union has not been winning, quote unquote. Right? They've been losing battles and having a pretty rough time of it, and things are pretty chaotic. And they're in the War Office, the War Department, and Edwin Stanton is who was the Secretary of War, is there. And he's running around like a blue ass fly. He's got telegrams flying in, and this regiment's got no boots, and where are these troops, and all, and he's clearly a man dying under the stress of being war minister, in a government fighting a war, civil war. And Lincoln's there kind of courting people and kind of being charming, and Mr. Stanton looks pretty busy, but I'll tell you, there's an old saying back from the all this, and because Stanton knows him well enough to know it's artificial, and Stanton he grabs a piece of paper, crunches it, and just goes, "Not now, damn it! I just can't stand to hear another goddamn story," and sort of storms out, because he's somebody who has to actually live with the legend of Lincoln, right? So when he's listen, boss, I'm running a war department, I'm dying of overwork and fatigue, and I got no idea, running around all this, and you're there kind of being Abraham Lincoln and getting everyone's attention, and instead of engaging with his subordinates, going, putting on the kind of folksy backwoods act. I mean, it's a really, really interesting layered performance and a very interesting film, which actually, I mean, it was very well reviewed at the time and very well spoken of, and plenty of discussion, but it's sort of fallen off. You don't hear people talk about it much these days, Lincoln, but it's a very interesting film.
Yeah.
It's very, very interesting. Sorry, that was a very long-winded answer to your question of interesting performances. Sorry, Simon.
No, I wondered, I was just going to ask you one question. Was The thing about Lincoln is you still, there are extant photographs of him. Did you see, in a sense, the Lincoln of the photographs where he appears to have these sort of distant eyes?
Well, sorry, I just took a bite of schnitzel and it's very dry. I shouldn't have done that. I was just keeping myself going.
Yeah, we always have schnitzel on hand for these streams. Emergency schnitzel
and
is invoked at the. No, I wondered if the way he captures Lincoln is something that's immured in the images we have of Lincoln, or the historic impression we have of his lanky nobility.
I think Daniel Day-Lewis and all the the head honchos in the production involved understood that Lincoln isn't really a person.
Yeah.
To us, he's a monument. Literally, I mean, the Lincoln Monument, right? He's a giant slab of marble of noble intention and political monumentality, right? And so it wouldn't have worked had they gone for any sort of historicized or I'm making up a word here, legacy-fied Lincoln.
Yeah.
So yes, physically, Day-Lewis is a pretty good match. He gets the sad eyes, he gets the melancholy, he gets the kind of philosophical quality, but he's not playing a statue. He's not playing a sort of God-given hero. He's playing a rather quiet, cunning, flawed man who happens to find himself at the center of a nation completely in turmoil, and understands that the legend of his own character is the only thing keeping it going. The only reason that anyone is fighting for the Union, in terms of the spiritual side of it, is not because people don't really care about slavery or this or that. Well, some people do, but it's what's keeping the nation together is the bigness of the Lincoln character, literally the kind of domination, if you like, the Lincoln, not literally him, but his legend has over the nation, and the way he's able to conduct political business and the way he's able to run affairs. I mean, it also shows as I said, the more ruthless side to him. Mary Todd Lincoln, his wife, was prone to what we now call depression, and quite extreme fits of anxiety and mania. And Lincoln doesn't go to her as this tender kind of, "Oh, old Mary Todd, I'm Abraham Lincoln's come to soothe you and tell you a good old home story about the press." No, he just says, "Listen, woman, if you don't shut up and get a grip of yourself, I'll have you put back in the asylum. I'm not here to comfort you or get, I'm just, you pull yourself together."
Yeah.
And it's not in a way that makes him look efficient or, willing to tell the truth. It's okay. Your wife is suffering. And he just is cold. Look, I'm not just get it together. I'm not interested in your personal quandaries. I just, I've got a country to run. And I need you to look like the strong, devoted wife. You're part of the act. I can't have you, pulling off sick.
Yes.
Basically. And it actually, if people know anything about Mary Todd Lincoln, she was a suffering woman. It wasn't an easy life she led at all. All the way up, and then this man on, despite his coldness, they were of course very close, and they did really, it was a very strong relationship. And then of course he was suddenly just gone when the assassination took place. So that I think is a performance that manages to more on the Nixon Hopkins end of the spectrum, where it kind of, because when you think about it, we don't other than the monument, we don't know who Lincoln. We don't really have a Lincoln as a normal human being outside of the folksy cabin stories of him being a wisecracking, wood chopping, simple country lawyer sort of thing. It's like, well, no, Daniel Day-Lewis gets the chance to bring to the screen an idea of Lincoln as a man, like any other man, who's flawed and has internality and has doubts and worries and, has to be cunning and ruthless. It's a very interesting piece of drama. I think very different, of course, situationally, because when Hopkins was going to play Nixon in the 90s, Nixon was a figure of total mockery in the established media. The journalistic class despised him. He was, he'd been caricatured endlessly. In the same way that if you were to make a genuine biopic about, say, Trump, you couldn't have a Trump impressionist come and play the character, could you? Because that's not a character. That's just an impression.
Well, it's interesting, as people mention in the chat about the Lincoln of the film as hyper real, Trump Trump in a sense is his own hyper reality as well, isn't he? He's someone that kind of, actually, if anything, remains more opaque than as we are exposed to him over time and we discover his character over the course of historical events, or what are becoming historical events. It's yielding us with either a kind of a pro or an anti position. It's hardly a sense of a developed layered character, as you would say, about Lincoln. That's one of the oddities of the age, that you have this thesis that I've talked about before, that comes from Russian art theory, Boris Groys, about self-design, where the idea of people like Trump or Farage is that they present as these flawed individuals, but because we're in an age of mistrusting the professional politicians, the flawed individual still comes across as having authenticity, and therefore you're more likely to invest that with a certain trust, because authenticity is the currency rather than competency.
Yes, and actually, Simon, if you're happy to indulge me, it's time. The time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things.
Yes.
Of Adolf Hitler.
Yes.
I mean, I would actually like to do a full stream on the topic of Hitler as so basically, Simon, I've always been obsessed with Hitler, not politically per se, I know, but mimetically.
Yeah,
like,
well, I was going to ask you about Bruno Ganz in Downfall, actually.
Well, yeah, this is because I think Hitler is how Well, I mean, okay, I mean, you're.
But then there's Hopkins as well. I haven't seen him.
With not terribly good, I don't think. I've seen the film that's. I mean, also Alec Guinness gave a rather naff, I thought, Hitler. A lot of people. Anyway, sorry, Simon. I want to
go on.
Here, but can you give me any insight from what you think Bruno Ganz did as an actor in Downfall that makes the performance work? I mean, whether or not, again, this isn't a discussion about is it verifiable to the real Hitler? How close is it? Did he manage to mimic it? I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in what you think as a performance Bruno Ganz was able to bring to Downfall.
Well, in a sense, he is it's kind of reminding us about the Elephant Man and Alien again. It's kind of much to do with how little you register of him throughout the film. Most of it is the conniptions and reactions and adaptations that the other characters are having to make to him and his aura as it precedes him, if you like, and as it rotates around him. And the times that you do see him, you've got the sense of neglect in a way and loss, that he is unraveling in a world where everybody's clearly trying to please him, trying to maintain him, and he is disintegrating physically anyway, and he's aware of the impending disintegration of his project. So much of it is about a man who isn't there anymore. Maybe the strange impact of the film is that it establishes with him as a sympathetic figure, the way he treats the secretary in the beginning, very very sympathetically. We sort of like him. He can become an endearing older man who has this excessive politeness. Whether it maps on to the historical figure doesn't matter, because again we're dealing in these deep historical statues that you're referring to, the ones that we're dealing with in our heads, not necessarily the person who's described. If you read the Speer book, Inside the Third Reich, and there's various people commenting on what he's like, and I just remember the funny bits of Goering sort of like feeling he was a bit of a wanker. Goering didn't want to eat with him. The food was rubbish. The conversation was boring, etc. And Goering's a bit of a sensualist and a bit of an aesthete in some way, and you get a sense of a man who's being downplayed as kind of mediocre and a bit fixated in some ways, habitual and lazy in other ways. how much of that is Speer trying to create his own, you know, mythology of himself. But that's for another day. The thing in the film that seems to be there is the degree to which you're watching him retreat into some sort of acceptance of his situation, and, you know, wanting to see if that's going to activate some, you know, some old charismatic spark that will be rekindled, and that you will, you know, understand the reason why he got there. But it never really delivers that. It sort of lingers, hopefully, that the idea is you're going to see something of the captivating demagogue at some point, but you don't really. Yes, you have the scene that everybody uses to meme of you know, screaming at the generals and all of that sort of stuff. But what's the real thing you remember about the scene? You just really remember the way his fingers kind of tremble when he takes his glasses off, you know? So it's the little imprints of behaviorism that remain. Very little of the person does. It's the fragments, you know, the body gets disposed of, you know, wrapped up in the carpet. Everybody else shoots themselves or takes cyanide, and it's the manner of leaving the thing alone. It's a weird film in a way that it kind of doesn't offer a sort of, you know, clarifying explanation. I don't know what the Hopkins film is like because I've never seen it, but you always feel it's going to present a character like that as a riddle to solve, you know, to unpeel the layers and give you a kind of definitive answer for a psychological adjustment that ends in a particular conflagration of history. But you don't get it. What you get is the sort of minor stigmata of aging and disease, and a kind of collapse of his interaction with people, so that it's not particularly scarifying as a representation of some mythologized 20th century figure of horror. What in a way is more interesting and startling about the film is the way the other characters adjust. Obviously, the main thing people think about is the scene of you know, the Goebbels family putting their kids to sleep, and you know, crushing the cyanide pills in the mouth.
Yeah, literally putting him to sleep.
Yeah, and even just at the end, when I'm always actually struck by the two generals who kind of just sit on the chairs in the lobby while everybody's evacuating, and just decide to, you know, get the guns out and shoot themselves, you know, in a very matter-of-fact, business-like way.
I like to imagine you and I, Simon, would have been the two generals just slowly like, drinking schnapps and just talking while it all comes down. You know?
We would have.
You and I would have one last derive into Pinter before the shells put an end to us, wouldn't we?
I think the scene would have been us ransacking the office, saying, "Where does he keep the good port?" You know,
we would be, wouldn't we? We'd just be looking for a boozer.
Can we smoke two at once?
Goering's left a ham in the fridge. You know, we're gonna have that before we go. But in all seriousness, I mean, the Hitler as a character, and this is a personal judgment based on years of, and I do mean years and years of reading on the man, from many different sources, and, you know, people who lionize him and people who didn't, and some people who just knew him, even people like his barber, and, you know, just, you know, people like that.
Yeah.
Hitler strikes me as a very, actually, something of a mediocrity. He spent his formative years not honing his art, which he so badly said he wanted to do, but lying on his bed and complaining. He was lazy, basically. He didn't care for work. He didn't care for self-improvement. I think he was also probably fairly autistic, and I mean, you know, I'm not trying to make a joke. I mean, really, like, he couldn't really converse with people. He wasn't a raconteur. He wasn't a conversationalist. He just talked at people.
Yeah,
especially when it came to things, he would just throw rhetoric at people and expect them to nod along. He got caught up in his, and, you know, there wasn't really a duality to him, and I think an interesting, you know, the infamous judgment at art school, where they said, "Look, you can't do people. You should be an architect. You're not You're not interested in the human. You can't get the figures. I think that is because he didn't really have a certain empathy on a very basic level that allows you to do things like have flowing conversations and, you know, kind of take on other ideas and kind of work things over in your mind. He was kind of brutish in that aspect and not particularly pleasant. You know, he was very wound up with himself and very sort of fits of depressiveness and sort of anger. And, you know, he could be perfectly gentlemanly. I mean, most people remember him as being totally polite. You know, there's no, even when he was, you know, ruler of Germany, not much in the way of what you call megalomania or ego, you know, or kind of prissiness. He would just be perfectly nice to people and, you know, kind of had a soft spot for, you know, whoever he would, you know, happen to be talking, you know, if he liked the person. But he's not. He never had it in him, say, to be a great artist. He wouldn't have had the work ethic. And so it's kind of like we talked about Macbeth before, kind of how Macbeth is terrifying because he's a kind of void. In a strange way, Hitler is someone who just kind of grasps things on, you know, kind of as broad concepts. He doesn't really do much thinking. He just feels something innately and goes for it. And I mean, totally different, for example, to someone like Mussolini. Mussolini, despite actually a much more humble origin than Hitler, far better educated, self-educated. You know, he was a guy who actually put himself through learning about philosophy and politics and the classical world. And he wrote novels, for example. He wrote extensive journalistic pieces. Mussolini was a man with more of an interior life. There was a man who kind of was aware of the game he was playing and understood theatricality and force and how these things. Because I mean, he came up with the how to do fascism, proper classical fascism. You know, that was kind of his idea. Hitler wasn't. He was just a man who kind of worked, as I say, worked intuitively. So a lot of preamble there, but when it comes to Bruno Ganz and people who play Hitler, so the problem is, for example, that I saw Anthony Hopkins play Hitler in a kind of forgotten TV movie. The problem is, it's just Anthony Hopkins with a really silly haircut and a moustache, going, "Why have my generals failed me? Why have they not moved here? Why mania? Oh, and it's just silly. That's not Hitler. It's not anybody. It's just Anthony Hopkins being silly on screen. I saw Alec Guinness play a much less naff, but still just not very good Hitler, because it's just Alec Guinness. It's just kind of Alec Guinness being sort of soft and grandfatherly, and yes, the Reich's falling in, but well, we shall sort of have to soldier on. And that's not Hitler either. That's Anthony Hopkins, Alec Guinness being Alec Guinness and just being kind of sort of unremarkable. The Bruno Ganz performance is the only one I think that probably gets to something of what it would have been like to actually be with Hitler at the end there, where because as you say, he's Hitler the monument, Hitler the figure, Hitler the rock star, right? Is not Hitler the man. They're different things, and that is what you see in Bruno Ganz. He consciously, he's obviously the famous rant scene gives him this kind of megalomaniac sort of character briefly. But that's only a few minutes of the film, and of course, what happens in that scene? He rages and then cries and falls down and says, "It's over. We've lost. I'm going to have to kill myself." There's no way out of this situation, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a man. Essentially, it's a psychological test of how long can this man convince himself that there's any way out of this now, beyond his own end. How long can he convince himself that the children above in the street dying for him, that sacrifice will mean something? How long can he convince himself that another general could be shot and that might save the situation? Another few kids might get killed in the street and that might turn things around. I mean, it's people say, "Oh, he's divorced from reality." He's not really divorced from reality. He's actively sort of trying to postpone it. It's a man looking at the end of a situation he's put himself in and sort of working out where to go, basically. And that's
He's not really
That's
been captured, has he? I think a
because
filmmaker. I
how
mean,
can you? Because it's
yeah.
the paradox of being Hitler.
Yeah.
The capital H, the one of the most monumental people of all time.
Yeah.
While also when we, when we actually find him in the diaries and the recollections of other people, bit of a non-entity, bit of a bit of an embarrassing sort of slightly nerdy, shy kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if, I mean, how much of that is, a certain, well, I don't know, making their excuses kind of thing, but an awareness of something being not quite right, and therefore putting it down in some sort of form to we know people who be very interesting people, very influential, very creative people, but we've all got a feeling that there's something slightly off about them, slightly not right. We'll just leave them be, let them do what they do, but they're never going to quite gel in some way socially. There's things with Hitler which are interesting. I always think there's something missing in performances that The World at War, obviously very interesting long running series, lots of bits of archive in it. There's a particular bit, it's just a very, very brief bit of archive where most of the sort of archive of him, it's on the roof at Berchtesgaden, with the mountains in the background and smiling for the camera and everybody jumping little dogs or whatever and, petting the dog, whatever, that kind of stuff. But this is a kind of moment that is actually like a genuinely candid moment where it's not to do with the camera. It's a very tiny piece of footage. He's standing, I think, with the cap on and the brown uniform, I'm guessing from the look of the uniform, and he's talking to someone and they've got a bit of paper in front of them and he's looking at it with a magnifying glass. And then he kind of drops the magnifying glass and he looks up at the person and he's sort of wiggling the magnifying glass as if to go, what do you think? And he hands the guy the magnifying glass. And it's a strange little moment where he seems completely real for a change, because there's a sort of moment of pensiveness that you're seeing, that's like somebody in an office that's just, how do we solve this problem?
Mm-hmm.
How do we fix this issue?
You're seeing him at a piece of work, just doing a bit of, a job.
It's not the things of sitting in the armchairs, it's not the bits of footage.
It's not Riefenstahl and kind of the grandeur and the sort of,
it's none of that stuff. It was just a strangely striking piece of tiny behavior, like film acting. Yeah.
Do you know, Simon, I once heard Werner Herzog discuss why he always, well, not always, obviously, but why he works so often with Klaus Kinski. Despite Klaus Kinski's infamous, horrible, psychopathic, genuinely evil. I mean, I'm not trying to make light of it. The guy was a great actor, but just fucking nuts.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to actually work with him.
Yeah.
Great despite himself. And he said, "Well, look, he gets out this bit of footage, and it's a late 50s German film where Klaus Kinski has a kind of a 5-second cameo in it. As a very young man, he's like an SS, some sort of German wartime soldier. Yeah. And he's like sat in a cafe or a bar or a bunker or something, just sort of at a table. And at some point, somebody opens the door and enters the room. And there's a shot of Klaus Kinski just looking up and turning his head and looking at the door as somebody enters.
Yes.
Seconds of film. It's not a performance, really. It's just seconds of film. And Herzog said, I didn't know who he was, but I saw him lift his head and look at the door. And I said, that is one of the greatest living actors there. That little, because he said, the thing about acting is anybody, if you say, right, okay, your mother's just died. She's lying on the floor. You come running in, you go, oh, what's happening? He said, anybody can do that.
Yeah.
Anybody could do that. It's the acting is someone's just walked in the door. How do you lift up your eyes or your head and look at them as they enter the room? How do you move your elbow when you pick up a cup? How do you shift your feet when you're nervous, right? It's the tiny details. He said, that is what separates a good actor from a great actor. And he said, whatever Kinski's flaws, he could do it. He could do the little things. And that is the That if any Kinski performance you look at, that is true, right? When he's directed properly and when he's, it's a decent script and whatever, then it's the little, it's not the grand shouty dramatic moments, it's the little things. When he stood by the record player in Fitzcarraldo, right? Not really doing anything. Just right. But he conveys that sense of satisfaction and spiritual pleasure and kind of domination just without moving. It's really good. And if you like, Simon, that clip of that little bit of Hitler just waggling the magnifying glass, right? I have a collection of photographs where it's just him going for walks in the Alps, right? Sat on a barge with a glass of water, or just with a newspaper, or even before he was chancellor, just as a man in the street. It's those things, I think, that really would help us build up a convincing portrayal of someone like Adolf Hitler. It's not the screaming at the podium. It's not the marching around in uniforms and giving salutes and goose stepping. And it's who was Adolf Hitler, the man with a magnifying glass? Because he gets up whenever he gets up in the day, and I'm in charge of Germany, right? I'm gonna have to, because at the end of the day, it's like a day job. Or who was he? Because if you like, I don't think we've really seen a Hitler portrayal where he just does a day to day, like a day in the life of the Führer. Not when it's all collapsing and it's all some epic kind of Götterdämmerung or rise to power. I must lead the German people to victory. Just what was it like, say, in, I don't know, 1939 January, when he was just waking up and doing troop movements, or okay, what am I going to say in the Reichshallkammer today? What am I going to I've got meetings. I've got no time to go and see either. Because that's who he is. If you're going to portray him in a non-idealistic, non-mannered kind of biographical way, that's the man you have to find. And maybe the reason that we've not had a portrayal of that time is because we don't really know who that man was, and maybe he didn't. He didn't, but he didn't have a sense of self in the way that someone like Mussolini or Hermann Goering did, where they were these kind of grandstanding, powerful, egocentric figures. Because Hitler, Ed Dutton talks about this quite interesting psychological theory that very often the great, most admired men by the crowds and by the masses are the ones with a failing, right? They're not the all-powerful, muscle-bound, perfect superstars. They're men who look a bit like losers. Yes. And let's face it, if you take away all the monumentality, Hitler's quite an odd little man, right? With his postman's hat and funny moustache. I mean, he said this is why people are very drawn to Jonathan Bowden, right? Because he was very short and overweight and looked funny, and sort of Jeffrey Bernard, another motor, funny to bring him up in a discussion about Adolf Hitler, but he said that I think the reason people read my columns, despite the fact there's not that much interesting in them, I don't really do anything very interesting, is because they like looking at a man who's even worse than they are, who's more drunk, more disorganized, more in the shit than they are. And if you like, I think someone like Hitler just had that je ne sais quoi that there is a weakness to him. He's not a Superman. There's some human failing quality to him that I think makes him more powerful as a figure. And a lot of people who admired him and saw him as a kind of god among men also kind of hinted at this.
Yes, maybe power relies on a certain kind of dissonance of expectation here, that there has to be a certain kind of effacement, which is part of the performance of power, but could also be part of the integral personality and type of that person. Like you say, there's sort of only fragments where you're seeing someone non-performatively. It's that idea of the archive again, that people become self-conscious in front of cameras, so it sort of ruins the effect of archive, that unguarded moment that you feel generates the affinity with a real person. And he's clearly one of those people where that is effaced for historical reasons, I suppose, and political reasons, and yet you still don't have that sense of connection that, as you say, it's important to to realize that self-effacement does actually happen with a degree of power, and there is that dissonance. I mean, again, going back to Hopkins, the way that they staged the discovery of his character in the first film, you just, she walks past the screen and he's there in the cell, standing in a slightly, well, it's not unusual. He's just almost standing to attention, says good morning.
I think we're going to have to use the L word, Simon. Liminal. There is a limit because he's not like, it's not like she interrupts him when he's drawing or lying on the bed or something. He stood directly in the middle of the cell.
He's oddly expectant.
He's not leaning on the bars, or it's not even because he's expecting her, and that's the creepy thing. He knows she's coming when he shouldn't. Exactly.
But
then he's just standing there,
exactly. It's the uncanniness of that expectation, but it's also the fact that he's standing there, and he looks like a middle-aged man. The body is sort of slightly. It's kind of taut, but it's going out of shape in the way the middle-aged man is going out of shape. But he's also standing there with the sort of attention level of a honorable Japanese worker in a factory, waiting to greet the boss as well.
Yeah, it's a brilliant set of performance decisions by Hopkins to bring that character kind of into the way he did. And I mean, perhaps Simon, one day, if you, because I always feel like I'm sort of like, sometimes I feel like you're sort of the cart horse of these streams because you have the sort of knowledge and depth to your understanding that I feel I don't really have. But so I apologize. But I would love to just sort of watch little clips of performances, obviously not whole films, just 2 minutes of Hopkins, and have you kind of, okay, why does this, like, we just go through in minute detail. Again, sorry, but do you know what I mean when I say?
No, I agree. That would be interesting
because I don't have the
I think
skilled insight you have. I think.
But I think we all pick things up. I mean, the thing is, again, I could be shown material that I've never been seen before, but I'm interested in working out why it works. And you respond to things in the same way I respond to things. You kind of know it's an energy thing that you were talking about there with Kinski. That I've had interactions with people. I mean, it's hard to explain sometimes. But I was with a friend who I'd done a bit of acting with, and we were very good friends, and we were quite familiar with each other. And one day, he and his wife were in the flat, and they were, we had a meal, and they were going to go get their gear and go. And I just merely picked up his coat and handed it to him in one sort of very fluid, deft motion. And we both kind of stopped because we knew there was something that was like good acting there. There was a fluidity and an economy of motion and effect that was just kind of perfected. And it sort of landed, and it was just a gesture of me picking up a coat and handing it to him that had some strange energy to it. It sounds strange.
I don't know what you mean, though. I know what you,
because when something's kind of right in a weird way.
Not to get too kind of like sort of cringeworthily personal, but like as someone who's always been a bit kind of outsidery and a bit sort of autistic, and I never really know how to move or hold myself. I know it's because I'm always thinking about these little gestures, so I know exactly what you mean. I'm always kind of conscious of the way someone holds a cigarette or a cup of tea.
Yeah, poise.
Or poise. That's it. Poise.
Yeah. Having poise, and which it's a factor of relaxation and focus, and also openness as well to what's going to happen. So you feel, it's when people talk about being in a flow state. When you seem to be moving efficiently. And everything's effortless and it's a breeze, and your focus is always spot on and it's direct, and it just happens from time to time, and you think, oh, this feels great, and you don't quite know how it happens, and it's difficult to engineer the situation where it happens again, but sometimes you are just aware that it's about an energy flow of some kind. And this is where acting can sound a bit woo-woo, but there's something in that sometimes there is a sort of strange perfection in as you say, in the smallest of gestures or the smallest of moments where everything is perfectly converged.
That's where real performance is built. It's not the grand gestures, it's the small ones. And just to say, what I would really like to do with the Lecter performance, if you'd be up for this, because again, I'm kind of, so I feel like I'm leaning on you a bit here.
No,
so I apologize for that. I'd like to watch the Lecter performance of Hopkins, just the cell scene,
Mm.
Where he talks to Clarice Starling, and we'll just go through it very minutely.
Yeah.
Then I'd like to watch the Brian Cox
Oh yeah.
performance in
I
Manhunter.
watched that
because
recently. I'd never seen that
It's-
one, The Manhunter, which I bet is a good film.
So what? Because obviously, you know, Hannibal Lecter is a kind of pop
Mm.
culture figure. Is
Mm.
totally defined by Hopkins.
Yeah.
And as someone who's read the Thomas Harris novels,
Yes.
on which the films are obviously based, whatever Anthony Hopkins is doing to great success, you know,
Mm.
in Silence of the Lambs, that's not the Hannibal Lecter I think that you actually get in the books. He's doing something different, which is fine. As you know, I'm not. There's two different mediums, two different pieces of art.
That's
That's
right,
not a problem.
Yeah.
But Hopkins doesn't really frighten me.
Mm.
Brian Cox in Manhunter I mean it's even less than Hopkins. It's literally one scene in a jail cell. It's 3 minutes or less, I think. He actually frightens me. He has this brutality to him. Hopkins has this kind of leering campness, you know, kind of hello, Clarice, and all this kind of sort of mugging almost that makes you feel sort of disgusted. But I wouldn't say I'm scared of him. Whereas when Will Graham goes into the room with Brian Cox's Lecter in Manhunter, you feel frightened because, you know, he's got the intelligence and the kind of suavity of Lecter, but you're reminded that this guy underneath all this is the most brutal, thuggish, evil, cannibalistic psycho. That if you were alone in a room with this guy, he'd flay you alive and eat your kidneys, right? In some sick. And this isn't him being sort of suave and listening to Bach and, you know, knowing all these, you know, I'm going to saute your kidneys with rice and you know, over a small casserole. No. It's he's going to rip your guts out with his fingernails and sort of, you know, all this horror. You're seeing the horror under, because you remember what this man is, right? He may have a fine education and a taste in good music, but he's still a sick psycho.
Yeah, there's a difference between the characters. Right? The Hopkins character is an aesthete, and the way Brian Cox plays it is he's more like a technician of pain. You know,
that is the sentence, Simon. You've the technician of pain, a man who just wants to have people suffer.
Yeah, that's you know, and that's fine if you know what I mean in the dramatic sense. He's like, I know what you mean about the bruiser. You feel those hands could do something to you, whereas Hopkins,
there's a meanness to Brian Cox. You know,
whereas Hopkins would weaponize a dessert spoon, you know, and do something to you with that, and it would be balletic and creative.
Well, it's funny because of course with Hopkins you actually see him do some of the, you know, some of the horrible things. And yet it still has this kind of ballet-esque kind of aesthetic, artistic element to it, where he's doing this as a kind of painting on the human condition, you know, sketching his Florentine's
so that is the Duomo as seen from the Belvedere. You know,
yes, the Belvedere. Whereas, as I say, Brian Cox, 30 minutes is just this man. I wouldn't, even with the bars, I wouldn't want to be in the same room. I just get just terrifying. Like the way he stares at Will Graham is just this. I will rip your limbs off for no reason. You know.
Yeah, I think it's a difference I think it's a difference in immediacy in a way, that there's an uncanniness about the Hopkins. It may not, as you say, it may not frighten in the direct sense, but there's an uncanniness there because it's Brian Hopkins is playing. He's firmly rooted in the character and that character's intentionality to get out of that cell and to do the next thing he needs to do, you know, however he's going to achieve it. So he's very focused in a way that's different from Hopkins. He can be slightly more dreamy, and it's that the Brian Cox character seems very directly action based. He will make things happen. He will rewire the phone to make the call to get the information that he needs from the Rolodex. You know, that scene in the film. Hopkins is different. He's almost not playing a character in the situation. He's got this ethereal kind of floating quality as he plays it. He's drifting over the scene, and what he actually is bringing is less a character, but more a kind of a sort of allusion to Southern Gothic in some way. He is the world of Southern Gothic. These, you know, there's a moment where Clarice says something. There's a line about his victims, and she comes back and says, "No, you ate yours." and
Yeah, that's right.
you see a flash of memory come across his eyes very briefly, like a little glistening, and that's kind of the closest he gets to being able to play the character, because after that he otherwise he reins it in, and he's very clinical with her, as if he is giving her analysis, basically, which he is. But you then begin to see a flash of interiority, so you know he's completely secretive as a character when he's played as he is by Hopkins, and he just bespeaks the mood of the past events that you know from the exposition he has created. You know he has bitten the nurse's tongue out, and his pulse never got above 80 and all of that.
Yeah,
You know that he's done this and that in the past. So a lot of aura is created by the way that was scripted, and the way that he doesn't have to do an awful lot because we're doing the work. It's the audience doing the psychic labor, or the affective labor in that case. And whereas with Cox, he's much more an embodied actor, where we are responding to his physicality and the deafness of the psychopath, who will be able to instrumentalize other people just by casual conversation, or by rigging a phone to trick the prison authorities in some way. So it's slightly different. Hopkins brings in a whole world of an atmosphere, and Cox is playing the character incentives and targets during the scene. That's how it feels to me.
Yes. I'm trying to think. Sorry, where to sort of I understand it's quite late, Simon. I feel like I'm maybe keeping you somewhat.
Let's look at some comments. I was just looking about, I know Man's Aesthetics, Michael Mann, who does the Man Out of Film, Unassailable, says Oland B. I know this is a film that a lot of people really enjoy. Has it got something of that kind of the Outrun aesthetic, and the sunsets and the skies and the sort of cleanness of it? Do you know what I mean? It's that's sort of, there's something about the way it's shot that is that, I don't know, that vision of West Coast America, a bit like what's the Heat?
Yeah,
a bit like that film in a way. I mean, he should be in Borstal. Look at that face.
Well, this is it, because I've just put this image up, because just look at the jaw hanging open as well. There's sort of there's a real I'm just this void of hate and pain, and I just want to make you suffer. Yes, I may have an education and a PhD, and I may listen to Bach, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he doesn't look entirely. He doesn't look entirely unlike my father as a young man.
Good God. Yeah.
Similar sense of those the eyes and
Welcome back to Freudian Hour with Matt and Simon. As we Simon, did your father remind you of Hannibal Lecter?
That's right. He did,
book. Please begin to describe your father.
It's the thing of slicking back his hair like that and the white T-shirt,
Oh, Simon, you're gonna turn that blunt little tool on yourself. Oh,
right.
Yeah.
I wish. Yeah.
You wouldn't. I mean, maybe I'll one day be able to hire one of these actors to play Lecter, and I'll get them to psychologize you. We'll get them to...
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll be happy with that. As long as they tell me where the money is, I don't mind. This is what you need to do, Si. Yeah. No, very interesting contrast to look at that stuff. I mean, I still love Tony. Tony. He's I guess he has first move advantage for many people, because that's the first version they saw. Others saw Cox do it, and maybe he takes the impression for them. It's not something I think you can be totally definitive about in that way. People are like that with performances. The first thing you see impresses itself at a level that you then sort of don't want to shift. It's enough. It doesn't need more, because you imaginatively do a lot of work. Again, because there are so few scenes with the character in the film. It's like the Clive Owen character I talked about in The Bourne Identity, who's there for literally a couple of scenes, driving a car and then getting shot by Bourne and having a little dying speech that moves people in some strange way, and that's it. Maybe those are some of the best jobs for actors, that you come in and you just steal the scene and off you go.
Well, Well, Simon, perhaps if we move towards, I mean, I don't have any. I'm happy to just keep going, but I don't want to keep you if time's getting on for you.
Yes. Well,
But
I think that's a good place to wrap. We've got an idea of something
should we
we
wrap
can
there? Yeah,
pull
I
together.
was going to ask you if you had any kind of notably disturbing or chilling screen portrayals that you would, you know, that kind of got to your core in a certain way.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Do you have any?
Maybe
that
that's
you
the
think
topic for
of?
another time. Well, obviously, I mean Brian Cox here, because I'd watched Silence of the Lambs so often. Years before I'd seen this film, Manhunter.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really expecting much, and then just his performance chilled me. This guy's just a sadist, you know. This is just a man who wants you to, as you say, technician of pain.
Yeah.
I think chilling. I mean,
I'm trying to think now. Tricky.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it?
Yes, very. Don't know. That's a hard one.
We'll have to think about it.
Well, it's a thing. Is a way. Your problem is you memorialize good performances and then you leave them sort of cast in stone in your own mind at a certain point. They just become, oh, that was a great performance. That was brilliant. And
you got to think why.
You may forget some. Yeah, I mean, I may have forgotten those kinds of impacts, those kinds of effects of being people have struck.
Frank Booth in Blue Velvet.
I've got a mug that I picked up in Washington at a shop, which has got "fuck you, you fucking fuck" on it.
I'm thinking of the right character, aren't I? That is the
Dennis Hopper character.
Baby wants to fuck. Yeah, that one. You know, Heineken, fuck that shit. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Javier Bardem, No Country for Old Men. People are saying that's pretty chilling.
Anton Chigurh.
You know.
Well, yeah.
Simon Roberts, what's the most you ever lost on a coin toss?
What am I playing for?
Call it. Tommy Lee Jones, I don't know if you're even real Anton Chigurh, but I don't like you very much. I'm going to have to come in and stop you from killing people here. I mean, sorry, I'm just being silly now. But I mean, that's probably something we should discuss. Is the No Country for Old Men is a good film.
Yeah.
On that.
It's tricky to think about performances that stay with me. I mean, I think sometimes they're very early on in life. I mean, one of the films that stayed with me was a film called Peter Hitchens likes this film, actually, Operation Daybreak, the 1975 film about the assassination of Heydrich, and a German actor called Anton Diffring, who played Heydrich in it and had just a sort of chilliness, and the fact that all the Germans were filmed speaking in German, which gave it a kind of distance. But then I did like Kenneth Branagh in Conspiracy playing the same character, and he's not the phenotype for that character at all. I
gotta be honest. Maybe this is my judgment going a bit wacky, but he was like the weakest thing in that film for me. Didn't work at all.
I get it. I
didn't buy him. I didn't buy him as
Heydrich. No. I wasn't thinking him as a character of Heydrich. I was thinking of him as someone who's an effective manager. The way that he's able to win people round in the room.
He just wants his country mansion. He just wants the house, right? He says over and over.
He's not interested.
I'm just in this so that when the war's over, I can live in this building. That's it.
Yeah. But the way he's able to kind of deal with, you know, the Grug SS guy, and the way he's able to deal with the Colin Firth character, the lawyer, and he's trying to keep everyone happy, and everybody functioning.
Very underrated British actor, Simon. Ian McNeice.
Oh yeah, Ian McNeice.
Because he's one of the last great fat men as well. I mean, he's because he's a. Have you ever met him? Out of curiosity,
I've never. I'm just trying to think actually if I ever have been, because there might have been. He feels like the sort of person I might have actually seen, like in Mufti, not actually on stage, but like at the stage door of the RSC or something. Like when I was hanging around there, because I used to do that a lot. He plays that
really evil character in that film, Conspiracy, doesn't he?
That's right.
Kind of sort of Jabba the Hutt-esque kind of Nazi. Who just wants to eat all the time and is, sort of morbidly obese and, kind of just, sort of annoys everybody with his sort of grandstanding and
he says to Colin Firth, "I'll remember you," you know,
I'll remember you,
that threatening way. But yeah, I mean,
you can keep your Vienna sausage, just mowing down appetizers.
Was his name Klopfert or something like that? I can't remember.
Dr. Klopfer, yeah, Klopfer. Heinrich Klopfer, yeah.
I mean, I remember him more sympathetically as in Edge of Darkness, where he's with he's one of the two intelligence men in that with Charles Kay, and he's just sort of quite subtly comic and wry, but yeah, he was a good actor. He was a good actor.
Do you know, Simon? I in a brief Substack back around Christmas time, I offhandedly mentioned that, you know, the novel "A Confederacy of Dunces" by John Kennedy Toole, set in New Orleans with a kind of proto chud in the 60s. This big fat, big fat kind of basement dwelling 30-year-old who lives off his mother. And I said, you know, that's never been filmed. And I said, I feel sad. There's a lack of great fat man actors nowadays. That back in the day, you always had, you know, Ian McNeice or
Richard
Griffiths, famously. I mean, you know, even people like Orson Welles eventually, like there was the archetype of the fat man was John Candy, who we mentioned earlier. You know, that you have this kind of stock of big men that could do kind of physically imposing, kind of larger parts, literally.
Yes.
I mean, because there's nobody around now that could play, Ignatius J. Reilly, really, because I think the problem is not only is he very large and very obnoxious, but he's also quite young. He's only 30. Whereas, you know, you couldn't get Richard Griffiths to play him, for example, had he still, you know, he'd be too old, and, you know, it wouldn't feel right. You know.
You're right. I mean, it is a thing, but again, it's a change in casting types. I mean, I'm often saying to people the way it was when, you know, we were kids in the 70s, the TV shows we loved all featured heroes that were middle-aged men. You know,
exactly.
You're watching the Sweeney, or you're, you know, watching something else, you know, Doctor Who even. I mean, it was just interesting how much of it. Well, yeah, it didn't rely on people being athletic or svelte or anything like that. It was because nature of the parts.
Acting requires a range of physicality in order for it to work. I mean, I mean, you know, we could do a kind of semi-Freudian analysis of sort of obese character actors if you want, but I mean, like Uncle Monty wouldn't work without his girth. It doesn't. Like, there's something integral, for example, to that character that Richard Griffiths' stature and frame makes it. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's
I mean, it's the thing of
something to him.
Well, it seems like an English, you know, it's a kind of Falstaff lineage, isn't it? And you can see that.
I mean, who was the last good Falstaff? You know.
Yeah, you can see it's the sort of characters that persist through. You know, obviously, sort of 19th century novels and Dickens and things like that, and, you know, into sort of maybe the early 20th century with certain kinds of eccentric characters that I guess there was, to put it in a cheesy way, there was a space for such people back then. There was a way in which, I don't know, something about, as you say, the imposing quality of people lent aura that is now a thing that is obviously, you know, youth and fitness obsessed, which, you know, you mentioned Orson Welles. You know, nobody would accuse him of lacking aura.
No, exactly.
But it's in the execution of that.
The physically large frame is just another aspect of the character, especially because with someone like Wells, you see them go from kind of svelte, sort of energetic youth to this kind of extremely rotund, sort of patrician figure who kind of, you know, the French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence. It is, you know, there's a quality, dare I say, to it. I mean, if I did you ever come across a character actor called Willoughby Goddard, who used to pop up in sort of old British films?
I have to look at his face because I don't know him by name.
This chap here.
So look.
might recognize him. He was in the
Yeah.
Avengers, and he's again one of these men that was always popping up in sort of any British property. You know,
Yeah.
famous for just being rotund was his kind of character trait. You know.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I recognize him. I think things about. I'm just looking at other pictures of him as well. I will say, I'll be honest and say I don't. But the problem is with English character actors, they pop up in so many guises and so many places that you actually realize you have seen them at some point, but you don't recognize them because they've either removed the facial hair or they've added the facial hair. I mean, I can see he had a few different looks actually. When there's one of them,
yeah, he didn't always look the same.
Which is looking possible. It's tricky to know. And again, it could just be of an age and of an era where, I mean, there was a certain amount of 60s television that was recycled in the 70s that you had on, but then a lot of the character actors I remember from the time were mostly BBC actors in the 70s, and you can remember the faces if you don't remember the names.
Yeah,
and some of them may have persisted and some of them may have not.
In the George Orwell novel, I think it's Coming Up for Air, where he's this kind of the narrator is this older middle-aged man who's put on weight, and he sort of says that the fat man's life is kind of comical, just innately.
Yeah.
And he says that the thing is, so you can have a character like Uncle Monty, for example, who's really a deeply tragic, flawed man. You know, he tries to rape one of the characters, and yet you pity him because he's sad and lonely and desperately lonely. I mean, he's had his whole. You sense this panic and this trauma of Uncle Monty, of this man who is just chronically lonely, and yet because he's so large, you kind of he's softened literally almost, if you want, by the contours of the frame, right? He's imposing because he's so large, but he's also kind of weak because he's like he doesn't. If Uncle Monty had been played by, I don't know, who would be like a sort of svelte but sort of actor who could have done. I mean, like it wouldn't have felt the performance wouldn't feel the same, would it?
No.
I mean and in the same way that John Candy, playing the lawyer in JFK, right? I mean, it wouldn't. There's something about the character that is kind of communicated by their physical frame.
Yeah. Well, there was something that was permissible about the sort of nature of the character, who was, the kind of boss figure, the magnate, the big shot. You know what I mean? You can see with the Willoughby Goddard character, there's plenty of, shots of him with a fat cigar in his mouth or a pipe or something like that. There was a sort of space where they would be the allowable kind of immovable object in the show. He would be sort of the center of some sort of wisdom.
The frame.
Yeah.
They dominate the frame without even saying anything, right? It's the size of them.
But they're also permitted a kind of spaciousness in terms of the way they figure in the story. They are a kind of an end stop to something. They are a dominating character in some form. And I think, as I say, it goes back to a kind of Falstaff lineage that there is someone who has lived very fully and then is a source of would you say, wisdom or action or inspiration to the other characters. He's some sort of thing literally off which other people's words and ideas bounce, because he's playing a beadle, or he's playing a banker, or he is playing something the other characters have to deal with in some sense. There's a sort of allowance for that kind of character, which now we would find people would make it out to be a ridiculous status, born of a kind of moral deficiency, whereas back then it's like, well, okay, yes, he's a country squire with a big fat pipe in his mouth. But he's the one with the money. It's just,
exactly.
They occupied different positions. Okay, his excess is his excess. But
I just think with the demise of the theatrical fat man, that we've kind of lost a character trait. Like we've lost a certain portrayal that that just kind of works.
Yeah, it's like a commedia archetype almost.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
works. It's just something about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, as I say, I mean, there are, the long-awaited film adaptation of Confederacy of Dunces is actually considered to be cursed.
Yeah.
Because I think all of the men that were cast to play Ignatius died basically right as soon as
Yes.
they were cast. John Candy died. Then I think Chris Farley died. Then John Belushi died.
Yeah.
Then Stephen Fry was sent over to New Orleans to do the script.
Yeah.
And Hurricane Katrina came and destroyed the city. So it's sort of like, well, maybe this God just doesn't want this film to be made,
Yeah.
of Confederacy. But it's again because who would be the? I mean, how can you really put Ignatius on the screen? How does he work?
Again, it's charisma and aura, I suppose. Again, I'm using the modern word, but it's that sort of thing. I had a friend, it was the one I mentioned, who had to live his life a certain way. He was once a period in his life where he was very, very fat, and then he started doing weights and he slimmed down, and he had a real physique, and he had presence either way. And I think it's mainly because he essentially had the face of a Russian serial killer.
It's aura. It's aura, Simon. If you have aura, it doesn't matter whether you're fat or thin or muscular or what. You'll just dominate a room.
It didn't matter. It was like having a cup of tea with Andre Chikatilo. I mean, it's just the way he looked.
Yeah.
No way around it.
Imagine. There's just some people have that. I mean, it's like, if Klaus Kinski had been fat, he'd still be Klaus Kinski, right? I mean, you couldn't take it away from him.
Yeah.
Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
James Gandolfini. I mean, again, the physical size of the man is such an integral part of the character. You can't really imagine a skinny Tony Soprano. It wouldn't work, right? There's something about the character where the size of him is part of the portrayal.
Yeah.
In the same way that Abraham Lincoln is tall and thin.
Yeah.
Hitler is small and skinny. Right, like there's a Churchill, for example, another kind of monument / archetype character. The kind of overweightedness of him is part of the appeal, really, isn't it? And sort of the sort of bulldogishness or alleged bulldogishness.
Yeah, and it's also talking around the subject to me to a certain extent of the fact that you often have a lack of imagination when you see things on TV or film. Casting directors often don't have a lot of imagination. Directors don't have a lot of imagination, and they'll get somebody who played a similar part last time to play a particular role because they're recognizable. It's a sort of cultural continuity. It's a shorthand to read into what the character is going to be like, and it can also it can reduce the actor somewhat by that because they are being quote typecast. But there's an element of failure to cast in things like film and television as well, where because they get the same actors again because they're skilled actors and they repeat roles effectively, they don't get people who look real anymore. And one of the things you remember is in your real life you will meet people who will have charisma, who will not look like any actor that you've ever seen on television, but actually they'd have more presence if they were. Their physicality is, there's some people I've known who their physicality is incredible, and I've never seen an actor capture it, and they don't look anything necessarily special. I mean, like this friend of mine, he has it. He doesn't really kind of know it, and he doesn't know how to work it. It's just there, and so it's an odd thing sometimes that people are, you could say, blessed. They might not be beautiful people or stunning people, but they have that kind of flow state is in them. That's just how they operate. They have that charisma of the way they inhabit that physicality. So this is the problem. Acting is often a constriction of reality to a great degree because of the nature of repetitive casting and mass, series and serials and so on, that you actually lose out on a lot of imaginative casting now, whereby people don't. Yeah, some people who inexplicably have a way with people that you cannot just get, certain actor to act for you. It's a funny one.
Yeah. I mean, I've got up here on the screen one of the great fat and thin, duos of history, right? I mean, it's the contrast that makes it work.
Yeah.
In a way. But also because you tend to assume overweightedness comes with the kind of bumbling aspect and the kind of
Yeah.
foolishness.
Yeah.
Part of the reason Laurel and Hardy work, and I mean, I'm a real, they were comedic geniuses. I won't have it any other way.
Yeah.
Is that especially Stan Laurel? I mean, he was a really intellectual. He was sharp. He was a sharp comic and actor.
Yeah.
Really good. Again, training that old, brutal music hall, slaughtering ground sort of style. You had to be really good, to pass muster. Whereas because Oliver Hardy is the thinking one, right? He's the brains for as much as the two of them have brains. He's the one kind of with the initiative. But of course, it's always, even though he blames Stan Laurel because Stan Laurel is an idiot or just doesn't really have anything in his head. Ultimately, it's Oliver Hardy's pomposity and grandeur that actually provides the setup for the jokes, right? It's seeing Oliver Hardy constantly broken by his own pomposity that actually makes the joke work. And again, it wouldn't really work if Oliver Hardy was just another Stan Laurel physically, right? It wouldn't have the same feel to it.
And really, the whole thing of their effort and their work boils down to a very fractional moment of performance. That the payoff is always Oliver Hardy at the moment of being
of disaster,
soaked or humiliated or crestfallen, and his silence before he breaks the kind of
it's the
turn of the head, the slow turn of the head.
And as we've been saying, Simon, it's for even for a duo like this whose whole thing is big, over the top, crazy acting. It's the way Oliver Hardy takes
ring
his hat
out
off
his
hat. He looks and it's all gone wrong. The universe has kicked him in the ass again, and it's just any thinking man can sympathize with that as a force, right? Like life has kneed you in the balls wantonly once more. And just as you say, Simon, it's the way Oliver Hardy sort of, as you say, rings out his hat, or it's also the collar and the tie, the sort of the weight of his own head, like always, like pushing the collar down is part, like it's a man trying for advantage over the universe, and the universe always wins. Basically, it's the kind of metaphysics, if you like, of Laurel and Hardy. And I think, Simon, when we've moved on to using phrases like the metaphysics of Laurel and Hardy, we should probably look to wrap up.
Yeah, we need to take a long lie down in a darkened room and say thank you very much to everybody for tuning in for this meander through my impassioned plea for a critical faculty in the arts to the arts of acting itself.
It's been a journey, Simon. We've had some incredibly good discussion in the stream, I feel, and thank you as always for joining me. I would just like to say again, please go and buy Columbo/Colm Kelly's book, which is now on sale. He is a fine poet and a young raconteur, and I'm sure we'll go on to great things. Please also go to the Ko-Fi page, ko-fi.com/Panama Hat. And if you want me to take Simon to see The Room in Soho, then put your money in the kitty and I will take him, audience. That's all I can promise you. I'd like to remind that if you would like us to do a custom stream for you, then simply put £100 in the machine and your stream will materialize. Simon, any closing remarks before we go to bed?
No, it's been a long day for me, I have to say, but I'm very pleased that we did this. And we did.
You're a soldier, Simon. You're a soldier. This man, ladies and gentlemen, this man has spent a whole day doing the most deplorable physical labor,
backbreaking.
And what does he do? Does he relax in his evening hours? Does he go to bed at a sensible time? No, he comes here and has a drunken bum interrogate him about theatre for 5 hours.
Fortifies himself with a meager vodka and orange in order to unload.
What's it all for, eh? It's for you. It's for you, ungrateful menaces in the chat, telling us about how we're not very good at this, not very good at that. So I would say, in honor of Mr. Simon Roberts and his soldierly, Hagian, Napoleonic appetite for work and And yes, indefatigable,
That's it.
as the man in the chat says. Go to the Ko-Fi and give Simon Roberts your thanks. Show him you appreciate him, because otherwise he will get very upset. So
God bless you,
as will
Governor.
I.
Cockles
As
of my
will I.
heart. There we
So
are.
yeah, I think
And,
we've shilled to our heart's content, Simon.
Feel free to also join us tomorrow. We will be on Academic Agents channel for the Deepest Law at
2 o'clock.
2 p.m. And thereafter, many joys will unfold as the week dissipates towards its natural end.
And in the words of Paul Whitehouse in Death of Stalin, to close out the stream, I salute you, Top Boy, and I salute your new haircut. And with that,
Very
we will
good
bid our
evening.
adieu. Goodbye all.
Goodbye.